بله میزنی؟ پلی. No, you can leave. People sitting. ¿Cuánto ganó? Una cosa porque eso eh it's fast.
É o início de
Even looks so good now, but this and list of
Isn't this Liam? Liam was they had oh yeah. All right. Yeah, we also connected with the guy there from Stellenbosch University. There are a couple of Indian people who are working with us in our community. So I think maybe they might be here also on our community project with the city or so. Yeah, it's funny you can see. So this is now good with the golden good hope. Good hope. I've never been in this state. When we normally go through there when we register, and they'll say, yes. Okay. All right. But I love it. It's good.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome. Dr. Fisher, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is quite a massive, looks like a weapon of mass destruction. Thank you very much, EWN. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to this week's media briefing, a briefing by the committees of Parliament belonging to the Social Services Cluster. We've got about 3 committees that are going to be engaging with you. We have to apologize for the last-minute withdrawal of one of the committees, Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. The chairperson caught serious flu and is unable to be with us today. We thought that we should have these important committees that are mostly dealing with the issues of education, social services, issues of young people, because this is the month of youth, the month of June, because of the commemoration of the event of June 16, 1976. And therefore, we are privileged to, amongst the stakeholders that we have today, student formations, representatives of academic institutions. We've got young people, learners from a wide range of schools. So we've got quite a wide array of representatives of various organizations, civil society, non-government organizations, student formations, labor federations, religious sector. All you are welcome, both physical platform and on the virtual platform. You will receive today the presentations, and you will have an opportunity to engage with these 3 chairpersons. I did say that the chairperson, Joy Maimela of the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education, is not with us, had to withdraw, but the issues that she would have dealt with will be dealt with by the chairpersons who are present today. So we'll have presentations from the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Chairperson Litsie on SETA boards, on the NSFAS, and then also on the implementation of the policy framework on the internalization of higher education. And then will be followed by the chairperson of the Select Committee on Education, Science and Creative Industries in the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Makifeni, who will deal with the impact of floods and on schooling. We know that we've had deadly, tragic floods that have been taking place in the Eastern Cape, and so on. And then we will also deal with the update on the implementation of the Bella Act. We know that there are developments with regard to the implementation of the Bella Act. And then lastly, we will have the presentation by the Portfolio Committee on Social Services Chairperson, Honorable Bridget Masango, who will deal with issues of social grants that are always topical matters that Parliament is seized with, and also the work of the Central Drug Authority and what is Parliament's view, the committee's view on those matters. So you are welcome, and thank you very much for your presence once again. Gives me a pleasure to call the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Honorable Litsie. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I will not mention you one by one. All stakeholders that are here receive our greetings. As the Mutapo has already said, we're going to cover 3 topics. SETA, which is something that has been on the news, and as far as matters, and we'll end with the policy framework of for internalization of higher education in South Africa. So with SETAs, I think we all know that the process to appoint the SETA accounting authority has been a matter of public interest for a while now. Want to update that the minister finished the committee with a list of the independent panel members for the appointment of SETAs, NSFAS, NSA, University Council, and TVET College Councils, with some names on the list still concealed. The independence of the panel was questioned last week, Wednesday, given that the names on the list of the minister's advisors, chief of staff in the office of the minister, and departmental officials. One of the people on the list has already denied that he was ever part of the panel, which raises more questions. The committee deliberated on the matter and resolved that 1, the minister is legislatively obligated to finish parliament with the outstanding names of the panelists who were concealed on the submitted list. 2, to write to all the panel members to submit communications or correspondence between themselves and the minister, including the acceptance to the panel to be a panelist, terms of reference given by the minister in respect of the expected roles as panel members, remuneration, if any, for the services rendered in their capacity as panel members, number of meetings attended by each panel member, the minutes of all meetings of the selection and evaluation proceedings, a report that was submitted and sent to the National Skills Authority for consultation purposes. 3, we further resolved that the minister will be invited and all panelists to appear before the portfolio committee and account on the appointment process of the SETA accounting authority chairpersons. The committee will identify a suitable date to convene this meeting. I think I must indicate that we don't have a date as yet because Parliament is ceased to the process of adopting budgets, and therefore for the next 2 weeks, this Wednesday, we're dealing with the strategic plans of the department and APPs, and the following week we ought to adopt the report that will be debated in Parliament the following day with a view of adopting the budget. So the committee is looking at the program, and we will apply to the office of the chair of chairs when we have identified the date. We had identified one, which was this Friday, but because of the work of Parliament, we could not get that particular date approved for us. Under NSFAS remains an important entity in South Africa as it redresses past injustices by ensuring that students from the poor and working class families can access education and training. It is a key instrument to the eradication of poverty. To the eradication of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. NSFAS has contributed more than 5 million university graduates to this country's skills pool and the skill support economic growth. Therefore, it is critical to ensure the effective and efficient management and governance of the entity to enable it to perform its functions. At the last meeting with NSFAS on the 7th of May, 2025, the committee was concerned about the non-payment of private accommodation providers and its impact on small businesses, delays in finalization of appeals provisionally funded status since January and accreditation of private accommodations. Delays in the payment of TVET colleges resulted in banning of the admin block at the Northern Cape Urban TVET College. I think it's important to maybe explain that because some people, when we ask that why is NSFAS not paying accommodation providers, some naughty people in this industry say that we probably have been paid by accommodation providers. I want to clarify that in the committee there's no one who gets paid by accommodation providers, but this is the impact that it has on the lives of our students. So when NSFAS does not pay accommodation providers, many of them which are small businesses, it will mean that these small businesses will not be paying or servicing their bonds because many of them don't own this, or they would have taken loans to upgrade this accommodation to the standards that is needed. So they can't service their bonds, one. Number two, they can't service their debt with municipalities. Number three, they can't buy electricity. They can't pay for Wi-Fi. And therefore, the person who suffers there becomes a student. Many of them, as we speak, wrote May and June examinations, taking cold showers because there was no electricity there, studying at night with their candles because there was no electricity there. They did not have Wi-Fi, so they could not really do proper research. So when we say NSFAS has a responsibility to pay their debts to these people, it's not because we're speaking on behalf of accommodation providers. We're speaking because we know that if they don't pay, if the municipality closes their water, they can't shower, they can't use the toilets because they will not be able to flush those particular toilets. So the dignity of these poor students who are, left at the bottom of that thing there is in question. So when we speak, when we say NSFAS must pay accommodation providers, it's not because we're speaking or we're getting cold drink from these accommodation providers. We don't know them, but the dignity of that poor child who stays in that accommodation is our concern. So since our last meeting, the entity has embarked on provincial roadshows to engage stakeholders. NSFAS says they visited KwaZulu-Natal and engaged with accommodation providers. Issues were identified and are in the process of resolution. NSFAS will also visit other provinces to hold similar engagement. We want to, again, ask NSFAS to expedite this process urgently because there are accommodation providers who have not been paid from last year. In that meeting, we informed them that we had received an email from one of the accommodation providers who lost 80 plus so beds to a bank. The bank auctioned her accommodation because NSFAS owes this particular person from last year. And by the time NSFAS pays this particular person, this person would have lost their property and their income. We don't want others to go through the same thing. So we're asking NSFAS to expedite this process, to finish this process as soon as possible. The entity committed to us that a dedicated team comprising of student accommodation unit members, data specialists, and a disbursement team will be deployed to different provinces in a structured manner. A booking system will be introduced for accommodation providers to schedule sessions with NSFAS teams during their provincial visit to ensure individual attention. We remain resolute that no student should be left behind, and NSFAS should improve its payment systems to ensure that all legitimate private accommodation providers are paid on time. We're also concerned about one, the slow pace at which issues that we identified at that meeting of 7 May 2025 are being resolved. Non-payment of student accommodation providers that would have meant what I've explained earlier on, that no service of bonds, municipal debts, card service provided to students such as Wi-Fi and all of that. Since the meeting of the 7th of May, we've received complaints from both students and institutions that NSFAS has gone ahead and defunded more students on some technicalities. Students were defunded on the basis of late receipt of registration data from universities, which is not of their doing. So NSFAS says if an institution does not give NSFAS registration data of students by a certain date, they've got no choice but to defund that particular student. So this is a communication between NSFAS and institutions, but the people who are being punished are students. So it's not something we've told them on our meeting, in our meetings of the 7th of May. We'll continue to tell them. We don't think that's something that they must continue to. You can't blame, you can't punish a student who can't give you the registration data because you don't want to take it from students. You want it from an institution. You and institutions don't have a good communications. La Blutigana between NSFAS and university, and a student must suffer. It's not something that we're going to accept. We've told NSFAS that we're not going to do that because the students will incur outstanding debt because they are registered as we speak. Their certificates will be withheld after completion and they will not be able to seek employment. NSFAS can subject our students to poverty, unemployment, and inequality, which the government is trying to eradicate. We must say that we're extremely worried about the operations at NSFAS because of all these matters fall under that particular department. It's not the only thing. Sometimes it's June now. I can tell you that there are matters of appeals that have not been resolved in June, which doesn't make sense. So if you resolve an appeal in July, and that student is already home, already went home because they could not get in accommodation, they probably in the Western Cape at home is in Eastern Cape or in Gauteng. They've got nowhere else to stay because you have not resolved their appeals. The institution can't give them accommodation. So you are subjecting them to all manner of bad things. So by the time you resolve the appeal in July, August, they are no longer there. And then the following year when they're supposed to come, you tell them about N+ rule. So NSFAS can be technically excluding our students and subjecting them to this poverty and employment and inequality. On internationalization of higher education as it pertains to attracting and retaining international challenge, I think it's important to start by saying that South Africa has legislation and policies that govern and regulate how our institution should implement internationalization activities, especially when attracting and retaining international talent. The first legislation I want to bring you to, it's the Employment Service Act of 2014, Act number 4. Section 8, subsection 2 of the Employment Service Act, which says that the employers must satisfy themselves that there are no other persons in the Republic with suitable skills to fill a vacancy before recruiting a foreign national. This is an act that has been signed, it's a law. So therefore, these institutions of ours who even hire our foreign brothers and sisters, and this is not us being xenophobic. We are not xenophobic. We believe that, in fact, there's a framework which I'm going to read later. We believe as higher education that we can't survive without this word has been giving me a problem for a while, internationalization. So it's very important that we place it on record that we are not xenophobic, because there are others who are going to say we're xenophobic when we are saying our laws must be adhered to. The policy framework that I'm speaking about was signed in 2019 or amended in 2019 from the Higher Education Act of 1997, Act 101 of 1997. It says, paragraph 3.6 or 3.6.3, it says initiatives to attract and retain international talent in the South African job market, including positions in higher education institutions, must not be to the detriment of job opportunities for equally qualified and experienced South African citizens. Moreover, institutions must observe national policies that guide equity and redress imperatives of all spheres of society. So the excuse by the Department of Higher Education that there is nothing they can do when institutions hire beyond the 10% foreign international talent, when they say they can't do anything, I think this 3.6.3 indicates or proves to them that that is just a fallacy. Paragraph 5.3.4, it says it is in South Africa's interest to appoint the best possible people in academic positions in the higher education institutions, including talented and qualified scientists and scholars from elsewhere in the world, which this one simply means that the framework just emphasizes this part that we do need this international brothers and sisters of ourselves, but it must not be at the detriment of South Africans. Paragraph 5.3.5 emphasizes that there can be no justification for any South African institution prioritizing and preferring foreign nationals to South Africans who qualify equally for the same post. So these institutions that tells you that for a position of dean in an institution, and I'll make an example because they appeared before us with CUT, dean, where there was an equally, if not more qualified South African lady who even attended the interviews there, was not given a job. And the excuse that we got from the leadership of the institution was that it was, they prioritized an internal person. I mean, I'm sure you know, if you want to, entities and institutions out there, if you want to advertise, you probably start internally. But for the mere fact that somebody from external applied, it means you advertised externally as well. And this particular person from internal decided to apply when you seeked even external people. So the excuse that it was an internal, it can be an advantage when your advert said internal or external. So internal can be an advantage. What must be an advantage is the qualifications of this particular person. And West Part in that institution, the person who then occupied or who's acting in the position of this foreign person who was internal, who became the dean, was also a foreign. When we have so many there, and this is just a person acting. So when those people there, that institution, have an attitude to think that the institution favors foreigners, especially that you have exceeded the threshold of 10%, you are at around 14% of foreign national, you can't then blame them. We must indicate that the Department of Higher Education and Training oversight in this area is very weak. Last week we had a meeting with them where the DDG was literally saying to us, there's nothing we can do when there's loss. And then we had to inform them that the biggest problem we have in the department is the attitude of our leadership at the department level, because the policy framework was published in 2019. The department, they informed us last week on the 18th of June that it is planning on convening a workshop with university councils on appointment of national or on foreign nationals. While the committee fully supports attracting and retaining international talent, it does not support those done outside of the national legislation and policies, and we shall continue to hold both the department, the ministry, and those institutions accountable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Litsie, for that comprehensive presentation on the critical issues that the committee is dealing with. May I now invite the Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industries, Honorable Feni.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson of the session. Let me take this opportunity to greet everyone who is in attendance of our press briefing, fellow patriots, especially the generation of 1976. As I can see that there are some young lions in our midst as we are about to conclude their month. I want to say to them, so ithola kanjani uhlele koneni? Yes, yes. Let me take this opportunity also to highlight some of the few items that I will be dealing with here as a basic Department of Basic Education Select Committee. We will be dealing with the question of floods that have, I think it's a national question that is confronting now us in this winter period time, and also the question of the progress that we've made to implement the Bella Act, and also I will be touching also on the SETA, the Early Childhood Development Amendment Act. The committee, first and foremost, shares the grief that we are facing as the country of the school kids that have been involved in an accident when they were trying to cross the bridge with the minibus that they were using. We lost the future, 13 lives of those learners were caught up in that incident. And today in fact, it's part of what has been happening in the country, plus minus 50 across the country of people that have been involved. But specifically in this one, for these kids that were coming from the school. As the committee, we are with the family. We are feeling what they are feeling. It is not a good sign to lose your kid, especially expecting them coming from school with their smile, and you discover that they are no longer going to be with you. The committee calls for the families of these kids to be fully supported, as we have already been engaging with the department to ensure that at least there is warmth and they are not going to be alone in their time of grief. Also is to consider the conducting of an oversight. We want to go there because question of infrastructure that on a continuous basis, we want to see if was there any poor workmanship so that we do not continue to find ourselves in a grieving mode on the basis that people were reckless and negligent in their work. We will ensure that soon, once we receive a full report, we will make ourselves available just to follow up so that we can make our own findings, not to depend on what has been reported to us. The committee will also be requesting a disaster management report that will inform the members of on the damage and then come up with recommendations. As I've already alluded that we need a full brief. We do not want to take this thing as just one of the incidences, but we want to make sure that we do not encounter this when it comes to the future of this country, because those learners are the future of this country. We want disaster management to give us that full brief so that we make our own recommendations. We do not rely only on what has been said, been sent to us. Funds that will be used for infrastructure, school repair will be closely monitored, working together with the Office of the Auditor General, and quarterly progress reports will be submitted to we want to make sure that there is no money that is being spent unaccounted for. You see, sometimes when money is available, there is a tendency of ticking the box without providing quality. We do not want to find ourselves rebuilding. You see, on a situation of human settlement, you build a house, you discover that that house you have built, you will have to go back and then do the same work that you have done instead of progressing to do something else. So we are saying that as the committee, we are going to be very close we will monitor the progress very close, and also just to check in terms of what were the causes. Are there any reconnect activities that were caused by human nature? Because sometimes we might have these floods, but if the conditions are not conducive for those, then we are going to be finding ourselves on a consistent mode of redoing what we have been done. On the question of Bella Act, as it was passed last year, I think in November, the president signed the bill into the law. We know that it was not an easy journey, you see, because there are those who are across the fence, whilst we're building a united nation, one nation for everyone to live. But we discovered that there are those who are across the fence who are consistently against the progress and development. Whether we talk about law, whether we talk about bringing people together to be one community. So Bella Act is part of those progressive piece of law that begins to respond to that, so that our kids can be able to be under one roof. The committee so far appreciates the work that the department have done in its quest to speedily implement the Basic Education Amendments Law in terms of reference, and is closely monitoring the progress of implementation. More importantly, the committee is paying attention to the full implementation of compulsory grade R, especially with regard to schools having capacity to accommodate the learners, as well as appointing more qualified educators for early childhood development. The members of the committee also made a resolution at its recent strategic planning session that the committee will focus its attention on learners living with disabilities and special needs at an early childhood development level. This will be the focus area of the committee on its term. Schools must have must have educators that are specifically trained and qualified, very well equipped to ensure that they are taking care of learners living with disabilities. This is to ensure that no child is left behind, as this is also the intention of the BELA Act. Today, we are still grappling with this question across the spectrum. So when we're making our own observations, we discovered that instead of focusing from the basic education, we have a tendency of always looking at the exit level. So our task now and our focus is to ensure that we are starting from their birth, start them on their grade R's, so that this becomes a norm and everyone is acquainted and is well equipped to deal with this particular question. Not that it's a question of favor, but it's the constitutional prerogative that early childhood, especially disability and kids with special needs, are being taken care of. So the Act remains enacted with the understanding that regulations setting out the norms and standards are to be prepared. We are hearing of something new, because after the Act was passed into law, there was an expectation of regulations, not the guidelines. We are hearing now of the guidelines that have already been sent to the provinces. We will wait for the report so that we can understand as to what is actually happening now, which direction are we taking, because our understanding, those guidelines will not be binding in terms of the law. Therefore, the question now of ensuring that we're enforcing the BELA Act, how are we going to do that? Because there must be a process, because we want to encapsulate everyone to be on board. Those who feel that the BELA Act is not serving their community interest or their individual interest, they know there was a process that was allowed in terms of the law. You go for a review if you feel that there is an element that is being left behind, so that we do not find ourselves repeating the same process once again. Therefore, it is important to note we have become aware of these guidelines. These guidelines, the DPE indicated, are intended to offer non-binding, but important guidance on how schools and education departments should interpret and implement the BELA Act and related legislation. We call for greater clarity on these guidelines and wish to remind all that implementation of the BELA is not an option to schools, but a law of the Republic. We do not want a no-go areas in certain schools, because they are identifying an element of technicality on the implementation. We are saying that the Freedom Charter that we are celebrating this year, we are celebrating a Freedom Charter. It's 70 years, if I'm correct, Honorable Letsia. Therefore, if we are saying that the doors of learning literally now must be open, it can't be a situation of non-negotiables. We understand there are those who still feel that their schools are only for a particular race. The BELA Act is clear in terms of that. There will be no no-go areas. All the schools now must be open for our kids. Our kids must be able to interact freely with each other, irregardless of class, race, and so on. So we are going to make a request also to get a clarity so that we can understand the logic behind this new development now, understanding of the struggle of where we are coming from when we're supposed to have passed the bill into a law. We know that we were challenged up until we open up for certain clauses 4 and 5. Even when you take it to a constitutional scrutiny, it has passed the constitutional scrutiny legally. So there is no way that we can delay the implementation of that act now. I will also touch, as I have highlighted, on the migration of the function of early childhood development in the Children's Amendment Act. Some time ago, colleagues in the 6th administration of Parliament made a very progressive call to move the ECD function to the Department of Basic Education. This decision being implemented with successes and being monitored by Education Committee in the NA, both houses of Parliament, your NA and NCOP. We are proud of this and will form a great deal of work, especially when conducting oversight. ECDC centers will be included on our oversight programs whenever we go out on physical oversight. We cannot leave it outside to be done by other people. It is our constitutional mandate to do that. We call for better resources in terms of funding and maintenance. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6 of the Children's Amendment Act relates to the work of the DPE and deals with the role clarification. It is in these chapters that we note that the responsibility for infrastructure maintenance, also in historical disadvantaged areas, is the responsibility of local municipalities. We know that when it comes to certain functions, this one will be pointing, Paul will be pointing, Sizwe will be pointing with justice. So we're saying it can't continue as such because people are running away from their responsibilities. Hence, we came up with this piece of legislation so that we know when we're asking Peter, why are you standing there? Peter will be able to say, no, I forgot I was supposed to stand there. Then that's when we are going to ensure that consequence management are being followed. We can't continue as such. These committees call for greater working relationship between DBE and local municipalities regarding these infrastructure concerns. We are aware and note the DBE's Banapili registration drive of registration, at least 10,000 so far. These centers, at least it's a good progress because we can be able now to identify where they are located. No local authorities are going to say, no, we're not involved. We just saw these things taking place, but we are part of that. Then you must pump resources. You must also play your oversight role, monitor them. DPE needs to prioritize historically disadvantaged communities as the need for funding and infrastructure are greater. We know even today, if we can struggle to pass a simple law, we must ask ourselves, how far in terms of implementation of these laws? We are still facing that challenge even today. But because of this is a democratic country, the will of the majority, the will of the people of this country is moving forward. Those who are standing in front of it, you want to question them, they are going to be affected. So that is why we are saying every piece of legislation must be closely monitored, every decision that the government is taking. That is why we are putting now DPE at the forefront of ensuring that funding of these infrastructures are improved. As a country here, we have seen that the migration pattern of parents and caregivers affect schooling. Schools in economically thriving provinces like Gauteng, the Western Cape, and KZN oversubscribed. This means the learner movement calls for precise decisions on where we build schools and how we maintain those. We cannot continue to ignore maintenance, especially in poor areas, and our schools fall into despair. We can even just across the road, we go to Kwalanga or Khayelitsha, or we take a decision, we move to this side of the town. We will see that we are not there yet. We must enforce it. The fact that you see that there are people who are taking the department into court, whenever there is a law that is going to be passed or that is being passed, you must understand that it is on the basis of that. There are people who are identifying themselves outside of us as majority. They are consistent because they do have resources of doing that. They are not progressive. They are anti-progress. The generations to come must not continue on the same struggles that the generations of 1976 were fighting for. Therefore, we cannot tolerate that kind of behavior. We do not intend to get involved in the portfolio committee scrumming with the minister. We understand that from the past few days, we saw on our social media platforms, there were a lot of issues that were taking place in trying indeed to ensure that those who are supposed to be accountable must account. On the question of the SETA boards, the select committee is clear to say those SETAs must serve the interest and objective of what they have, created for. It can't be a platform for bickering. It can't be a platform, for chess games. That is why we are saying that we are not going to be drawn as the select committee on that process, but we are making the call on the appointment of SETA as a matter of urgency. We do not want to hear anything that is being said, but we want to hear the implementation. SETAs continue with what they were founded for, which is workplace experience and skills. We know the backlog of skills that we are currently confronted with as a country. Our NDP 2030, I believe that we are left with 5 years, if I'm correct. Government have set targets. If we are going to be having this kind of a situation, what objective are we serving? What constitutional mandate are we carrying? So we are very clear as a select committee. We are also highlighting that it remains a ministerial process of how she gets to appoint board and board chairs. That is the constitutional mandate prerogative. It's not friendships or what. Those must be clearly implemented as highlighted. Constitutional processes must be followed. Due diligence must be done on this process. Conflict of interest not arise, and that transparency with issues such as panel members helping the minister But importantly, deserving candidates are not disadvantaged for political affiliation, but we must be honest about it. And finally, that women candidates must also be appointed to chair these boards. This is 2026. We know what happened during August 1956. We can't be finding ourselves again. We want to see the flourishings of those struggles. We want to see the fruits of those struggles, of that generation, those heroes and heroines. And at the same time, when we're addressing this question of we must also be mindful on the fact that these people here that are leading must not, they are kids, they must not be denied an opportunity on the basis that they are kids, because as we were saying that we are not going to, find ourselves cramming. We cannot allow that kind of a situation where people are being discriminated on the basis that they are the kids or they are related to certain individuals who are leading. If there is any evidence of nepotism, it must be brought to the fore. But we cannot find ourselves bickering on people who are qualifying in terms of what are the requirements for anyone to participate in these boards. We can't. We cannot find ourselves in that, not this day and age. It is anti-progress. We cannot tolerate that. The committee acknowledge and appreciate the minister's efforts in once again opening the application process for the SETA boards. It is now the role of the committee to perform effective oversight over the process of appointing the new board chairpersons. We recommend that the board member must have experienced people who display exceptional leadership qualities and high level of integrity to serve in the SETAs. In terms of the consolidation of the previous panel appointed by the ministers, the committee acknowledges the report requested by President of this country, Cyril Ramaphosa, whereby the minister is supposed to submit to the president for consideration. We will allow for the president to process the report and take a decision on the matter. This will also inform us of the next step to take going forward. We can't find ourselves now squabbling on the matter that we know, because we are the legislators. As legislators, we must know what are the process of legislation, how to follow if there is any legislative miscarriage that we identify. So in this instance, we have a president here. This is what we've done also on the question of the Bella Act, because some of us were really irritated in terms of the behavior of the minister. The constitution is clear. The president invites. When you invite someone and then we no longer feel comfortable now in terms of, no man, your manners in where I invited you are not the correct manners. You have a right of telling that person, no, you are no longer invited here. You must find yourself where you are going to be able to be comfortable. So also on this question, we are going to wait for the president also. You see, we do not understand now these processes that want to supersede. The country is governed by the constitution. We must follow the constitution. The president has all the necessary authority in the constitution. So we don't understand now why there are these processes of making noise about question of ethics and so on. There is not even an investigation for that matter that have arrived on that conclusion. So by those few words, we want to say this is our submission to Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson Feni. May I invite the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Program Director. I wish to greet my colleagues, the chairpersons in the social services cluster committees, the members of the media and the stakeholders who are the mouth, the ears and the eyes of our communities, and the officials here in Parliament who make our work happen. I greet you all. I also want to echo the sentiment of Honorable Fanny about expressing deep and sincere condolences to the families and communities of the people whose lives perished in the floods, especially the Eastern Cape, and to say that our thoughts and prayers are with them. When we express our condolences on Wednesday at our portfolio committee meeting, the minister assured us that the Department of Social Development, represented by both the national and the province, has been in the area where this tragedy has been taking place. So we express our sincere condolences. Today, we address an issue that affects nearly half of our population, that is the conditions imposed by National Treasury on SASSA's 2025 and 26 budget, and the real world impact these measures are having on the poor, the disabled, the elderly, the young, vulnerable children. National Treasury has attached strict conditions to the allocation of funds to SASSA. These include quarterly reporting on suspended, cancelled, or reviewed grants, income verifications, including database cross-checks with the South African Revenue Services, the NSFAS, the UIF, and the Home Affairs, as well as biometric authentication for beneficiaries flagged as suspicious. National Treasury argues that these steps are essential to combat fraud and ensure value for money, and failure to comply by SASSA to these conditions may result in grant funding being withheld. This is a deeply concerning possibility for millions who rely on this support. So I want to be clear, Honorable Program Director, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development is deeply concerned about these conditions, not because we oppose fraud prevention, but because the current implementation is causing untold delays, confusion, and deep distress among beneficiaries. These delays in grant payments are leaving many in limbo, unable to buy basic necessities like food or even to pay for transport. The requirement for in-person verification is disproportionately disadvantaging rural communities and elderly caregivers who simply cannot afford to travel. Transport costs, we have been told, reach up to 150 Rand or more per trip. This is an unaffordable amount for some beneficiaries, if not all of them. So we are being flooded by WhatsApps, SMSs, calls, emails, and so on from desperate individuals and organizations that represent communities who are unable to just know how it is that they can verify themselves without having to lose the money they already do not have. So people are being excluded from the system, and all of this, as far as we can see the conditions, is in the name of saving money. SASSA as well has defended the verification process as necessary. They argue that it prevents fraud and it ensures accurate targeting. They have reminded beneficiaries of their duty to report changes in their financial circumstances. That may be very valid, and in fact, it is valid, but it cannot happen without balancing with accessibility and fairness for beneficiaries. So to ensure accountability, SASSA will now submit quarterly reports directly to the committee in addition to the National Treasury. This will allow Parliament to play a proactive oversight role, especially after lessons learned during the card replacement crisis that took place recently. So the committee acknowledges the 1.6 billion rand increase in the 2025-2026 budget grant allocation, which is intended to fund the above inflation increases. We also note and appreciate SASSA's intensifying of efforts to fight fraud, such as rollout of biometric systems, a new tender to assist the identity verification and digital upgrades, including office Wi-Fi, self-service kiosks, and action taken against fake SASSA websites. And program director, I just want to pause here and commend SASSA working with the law enforcement agencies for the recent arrests of those who are alleged to have used the opportunity of being inside SASSA to actually work with people that are stealing money from the poor. So that work is commended, and we, as the committee, are hoping and will be monitoring that it continues until we can be certain that that kind of action or that kind of practice is eradicated. As the committee, we are calling for accessible alternatives to do verifications for rural and remote communities, such as mobile units and community outreaches to be prioritized. We believe that no cost saving measure should come at the expense of people's livelihoods or basic dignity. We are of the view that the National Treasury must balance fiscal prudence with social justice. We will continue to monitor the implementation rigorously to ensure that no beneficiary is punished for being poor or living far from a SASSA office. The social grant system is not just a financial mechanism, it is a lifeline for millions of people in this country. Let us not forget the people behind statistics. There is a grandmother raising orphans. There is a young person living with a disability. There is an unemployed breadwinner trying to survive. Yes, we must protect the integrity of the systems, but never at the cost of humanity. So, Program Director, another issue that is deeply troubling our society is substance and drug abuse. Our children are drinking alcohol, our schools are not safe, our rural communities have been forgotten in the programs that are trying to prevent or change the situation of substance and drug abuse in our communities. And the institutions such as the Central Drug Authorities, which are meant to fight this crisis, are underfunded and unsupported. The CDA was established by the Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Use Disorders policy as a statutory body to monitor and oversee the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. It is thus gravely concerning for the Committee on Social Development that the CDA remains dependent on the Department of Social Development for finances, which is undermining its ability to operate independently across government. The lack of a dedicated budget line item makes the authority unfit for purpose, especially in achieving the governance and oversight goals outlined in the National Drug Master Plan. So the Central Drug Authority, which is tasked with coordinating the national response to drugs and substance abuse, was allocated just 7.1 million rand for the financial year 2023-2024, a fraction of what's needed to execute its mandate. The authority ended up overspending by 2.3 million rand, largely due to operational demands and lack of financial autonomy. Yet even more worrying is that its entire annual performance plan was costed at 20 million rand, a figure completely ignored during the budgeting process. So that is concerning for the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. So how can the CDA fight a national war with no weapons, no money, no independence, no enforcement authority, and still be expected to lead the charge of overseeing this work in this country? It is also deeply concerning, Program Director, that 18 years after the Substance Abuse Act was passed, more than half of South Africa's municipalities still don't have functioning local drug action committees. We as the committee are concerned over the rising substance and drug abuse across all corners of our society, from learners in classrooms to entire communities struggling under the weight of addiction, poverty, and lawlessness. Substance abuse must now be treated with the same urgency as gender-based violence, as both are destroying lives, families, and the nation's social fabric. The state's response to this growing crisis is marred by governance instability, chronic underfunding, and a complete breakdown in interdepartmental cooperation. Rural areas are neglected, where treatment and prevention programs are almost non-existent. The current approach continues to favor urban centers, leaving entire provinces underserved and vulnerable. So the Minister of Social Development must urgently implement the long-standing recommendations of this committee, that the Substance Abuse Act of 2008 be amended to give the CDA stronger authority and independence so that it can be appropriated proper funding that meets its important mandate. Laws on alcohol sales to minors must be enforced, and corruption in liquor licensing issuing must be rooted out. Targeted investment in rural infrastructure for treatment and prevention is not negotiable. It's not negotiable. So a coordinated monitoring and evaluation system must be implemented across all departments. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masango. Let me also thank all the chairpersons for their comprehensive presentations. We now get into the time for engagement. As we normally do, we are going to first take the first round, which we will dedicate to, will be the opportunity for the media, members of the media. And then when we are done with the media, we will then go to the other rounds, which will then be the opportunity for our esteemed stakeholders to engage with the chairpersons. When we engage, we ask that we ask questions. If we can be, if it is possible, we would like to encourage that we go straight to the point, ask a question, and then similarly with the chairpersons, we'll ask that they are brief in their responses, because we know that there could be quite a lot of hands that will be coming, especially from stakeholders, with a lot of questions. So we ask that we be brief in dealing with the questions, and chairpersons are allowed to respond from where they are seated. I think you are close enough to the mics. Can we start with the first round? The members of the media, the chairpersons will take the whole round, all the journalists who want to ask questions, and then the chairpersons will note all those questions, and then they will respond to them. Yeah, the chairperson is saying he will request that there be more questions than usual. Lindsay, you start, and then Jason Abra, you will be the third one. Any other member of the media? Okay, in that particular order.
Thanks, Maloto. Good afternoon, everybody. Lindsay Dentlinger, Eyewitness News. First, Mr. Letsie, if you could just clarify, is it the understanding that you didn't get a full list of names on that advisory panel? You mentioned some names have been concealed. I don't think that that has been communicated to us previously. And if that is the case, how many names have been concealed and what was the reason or reasons the minister offered for concealing those names? And then to Mr. Fenny, given the constraints faced at schools, overcrowding, lack of teachers, funding, space, how does the committee then suggest grade R is implemented as soon as possible across the board, given the constraints that schools face? And then lastly, Ms. Masango, I understand you'll take your point about the in-person verification and how impractical that is for many. What should be the way forward? What is the committee advising then be done? As you said, you do acknowledge that this is a fraud prevention measure, but what then should be done given the impracticalities of expecting everybody to be able to verify in person? Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Thank you, Maloto. Good morning, everyone. Jason, News 24. Just have two questions. Mostly latching on to what Lindsay asked about the higher education matter. And this question is to Mr. Letsie. It's just on last week you mentioned that you've written to Advocate Terry Mutau, who was appointed as the so-called chairperson of the panel, which has recommended these names for SETA board appointments. Has there been any response from himself, or any response from any of the other board members that you have communicated with or written to? And then what should the consequences be for the minister, Minister Ngabane, who has essentially misled the committee with this whole matter concerning the SETA appointments? Thank you.
Thank you, Abra.
Thanks, Maloto. It's Abra Barbia of the SABC here. This is to Mr. Letsie as well. On the issue of NSFAS, you were talking about service providers who have not yet been paid and how somebody's going to lose their property or something like that, which I understand. But I can remember, I don't remember if it's that 7th of May meeting where NSFAS appeared before you. And I think it was the acting CEO who said something along the lines of they can't just make payments because they first need to verify and authenticate because they're not sure which of those service providers are actually accredited correctly with the department. Have you given them a time frame for this? Is this something that you've considered in terms of your next engagement with NSFAS?
Thank you. Are you from the media? Okay, we are going to give an opportunity for stakeholders. Let's just deal with the members of the media's questions now. Any members of the media online? I tend to forget that we are also, we are hybrid, we are also virtual. Okay, there's no question from members of the media online. All right, thank you very much. Let me start with Chairperson Letsie, and then Masango, and then Fenny.
No, thank you very much for all the questions. Maybe start with the last one. It's true that NSFAS indicated to us that the reason why they were not paying, it's because they were verifying where a number of things. One, if the accommodation provider or providers were accredited through their own process. you'll remember there's two processes. There's what do you call it? Accommodation providers are accredited, one through the NSFAS process, that one that they called a pilot. Then you have one that is accredited by universities. So NSFAS pays about 4 middlemen to do this accreditation for them. There's about 4 companies that we call them middlemen because, I mean, why would you want to go and verify? It means you are saying you don't trust the reports that are coming from these people that you are paying. That is the first thing. So they said they are going to verify that process. But that process you can't verify forever. NSFAS must come through. In fact, members would have said to us, we must call them before the end of June. We must call NSFAS before the end of June. But unfortunately, because of this budget process, we can't change anything on our calendar now. But as soon as we get a day, they will have to come and respond to us. We are happy that they are saying they are going to provinces to verify this and that. That's good. But that can't take forever. That's what they would have said to us. You'll remember that members were not happy again with the quality of work of this, they call them solution partners, that these solution partners are doing. Somebody was joking in the meeting saying, these people are supposed to be called solution partners, but they are not providing any solutions. So they must be called non-solution partners. So these solution partners, somebody was saying we must call them as well, because there's a lot of problems that are attributed to individual providers, these solution partners. Some of them, the allegation that NSFAS would have released some of the money to them to pay accommodation providers, but they were keeping the money in their accounts to accrue interest and not pay these accommodation providers. Others were saying accommodation providers would have submitted invoices to them. They must submit invoices to NSFAS. NSFAS must pay these invoices to these solution partners. These solution partners must pay to NSFAS. So if NSFAS is able to pay these solution partners, what makes it difficult for NSFAS to receive this, because they are receiving invoices. They just receive it from somebody in between. They receive invoices and they're paying those invoices. So what makes it difficult for NSFAS to receive an invoice directly from an accommodation provider and pay directly? Because that's what literally has been done, but it's been done through a middleman. News 24, we have indeed, the committee resolved that we must write to all panelists. I wrote to them on Thursday morning. I've given them till Wednesday, the 25th of June, to give us written responses to questions that we have given. They must tell us when were they approached, did they receive correspondence through letters, and all of the terms of reference, all those kind of things. So because we don't have a date for us to meet with them as yet, we then ask them to give us written responses to, everything that we have asked them about the appointment, the number of meetings they've had, all those kind of things, including Advocate Terry Motau, we have written to him. None of them, we've given the deadline is on Wednesday. So none of them has written back to us. That is not strange. When you say somebody write to us by this day, most often than not, they do write to you on the last day. So they've not written to us. I've not looked at my emails today, but I've not seen anything. We're expecting them to write to us by end of business on Wednesday. What consequence management for the minister? So the committee was deliberating on whether we should activate section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act, which speaks about the consequence management should anyone come to Parliament and mislead Parliament or to give Parliament inaccurate responses. We deliberated on that and we said we will obviously ask legal to help us there, but can we say that the minister would have misled us? Or we must bring her to the committee to clarify what she said on the meeting of the 30th of April and the letter that she sent to us on the 17th of June. So we then resolved that we will bring her. That is why we're looking for the date. So it's not conclusive whether she has lied or not as at this point. I mean, those who would have studied law, they would tell you that the constitution of, even when we have seen somebody kill that particular, if a cop, an SAPS person sees you shoot somebody, in court you'll still be referred to as a suspect, even though, and we must still, the state must still prove that you shot that particular person. So this is not something that we take lightly, but we're not going to jump any stages. We're going to follow all processes. So there's it's also not right to speak about if you find that she lied, what would happen? But I'm sure you know, we've clarified in the letter that we are empowered, by the way, by the Constitution, firstly, of this country, Section 55, that tells us that we must hold the ministers or the executive and all national departments and all national entities under that department accountable. Section 227 of the National Assembly rules also gives us those particular powers to do so. So we are going to do what we must in holding everybody accountable. And then EWN, clarity on concealing of names. I think, so on the letter that the minister wrote, there's a blanked parts, or there are blanked parts. You see, I'm very happy you have not seen it because it means my members have not leaked it because I shared it with them. It means we're getting somewhere. But there are blanked parts, and therefore some members felt that it means the minister would have concealed some names there, and we must ask her to release those names. So we don't know whether it's because they were indeed concealed or it's because there were spaces there and therefore they were blocking it so that you guys with AI don't include other names there. Because you know, with this thing of deep fake and artificial intelligence, people are very creative. So we don't know. So what I've done, I've written to the minister again, giving her until Wednesday to clarify whether she did conceal. She must explain really what is the format there, whether she concealed names, and if she has concealed, she must release those names, or if she did not, she must then explain what would have happened there. So unfortunately, when we speak on behalf, even on behalf of issues of that members would have raised. So in our statement, we had to raise it because it was raised in the portfolio committee, but we have written to the minister. We're waiting for her to to respond to us by Wednesday this week. I'm not sure if there's anything that I've left, but I think we've covered everything. Thanks.
Yes, just before maybe I move to the next chairperson for response, I think there is one question for you on the virtual platform. What is it's from Gwena Mashalo from Sowetan. What is the status of the legal suit with the University of Limpopo? Also, what steps has the minister taken against the registration crisis at the University of Limpopo?
No, thank you very much to Sowetan. The issue of Limpopo, it gives me a headache because they had promised to sue me personally. Wrote me 2 letters. Maybe they've lost my email now, or their lawyers have lost my email because I've not received any more threats from them. So with the University of Limpopo, let me, on the status of our issues with the University of Limpopo, let me start like this. So the committee on the 5th of February resolved to summon University of Limpopo after we had written to them a number of times, requesting information from them that they had promised to give us in the meeting of the 20th of November, 2024. And they did not respond. So on the 28th of March, 2025, the sheriff hired by Parliament delivered the summons to University of Limpopo premises. So they received the sheriff's notice at around 10:25 a.m. University of Limpopo did not respond to our summons. And around the 9th of April, I wrote to the speaker to find out if they had responded because we want the next step. The next step would be to open criminal cases against them for not adhering to a court process of summons. Then University of Limpopo circulated a letter dated the 4th of April 2025. In the letter, they were claiming that they had, the sheriff came to Parliament on the 4th to deliver, and because they had emailed it, somebody in the office of the Secretary to Parliament told them there's no need for the sheriff to deliver the letters, what do you call it, the response to the summons. You know, when you arrive there, all of you who are here, you know, when you arrive in Parliament, you go to the visitor center. Everybody who does not have an access card goes to the visitors. So there's no one who can claim they've been to Parliament and they've not been seen by there by the visitor center. Secondly, I met with the Secretary to Parliament because this letter was doing the rounds on social media, dated the 4th of, was claiming that the email was sent to the Secretary of Parliament or Secretary to Parliament. So we met, the Secretary to Parliament did not have that email. So in essence, you know, those of you who followed that story, the University of Limpopo spokesperson went to all of you who are media, print, broadcast, everybody, literally lying to South Africans that they have submitted the summons, or they've responded to the summons. So what was then discussed in that meeting was, what do we do? And I said to them, to show that we're not personal with those people, we just want our answers. We will reissue, or we will take the matter back to the committee for us to reissue, with a view to reissue the summons. We took the matter back to The committee deliberated, voted on the matter. Majority said, we can't have a situation where our institutions that we fund with so much money. I mean, well, on the 3rd of July, we're going to vote for budget vote 17. In grants alone, universities in this country will be giving them about 48 billion rands now on the 3rd of July. And for them to behave as if they report somewhere and not, literally to disrespect Section 55 of the Constitution of South Africa, Section 227 of the National Assembly rules, is not something that we're going to take lightly. So we have written to legal to reissue the summons. That meeting of the 30th voted on the matter, and I hope tomorrow those people are not going to make it a table versus University of Limpopo, because that's what they did the last time. I'm just a spokesperson that Moloto, just like you are the spokesperson of Parliament. If Parliament communicates, you must communicate. I communicate on behalf of the committee. They must not make it a table issue versus University of Limpopo. I've got no quarrels with, I don't know those people. I mean, they must just answer the issues that we have asked them, including how they would have spent about 13.7 million rands in 1 year in 2023, pursuing students and workers. We want those answers, because it can't be that universities spend so much money on students and workers. And the second question on the registration issues, you'd understand that in that meeting, the committee would have told them that there seems to be a problem with understanding the national qualification framework from the university, because we were receiving a number of emails coming from students, and some of them might not be writing to us, not because they don't have issues, but because they don't know the recourse to follow. But the university there was at the time embroiled in a court battles with two students, Pelisiwe Kele and Tandom Guni, who were finishing their master's degrees 2 months before they are supposed to graduate. A university deregistered them after they would have been registered for 2 years, after they would have done the work, paid school fees, used their last resources to complete that particular thing. And when you inquire, why are you deregistering them 2 months before graduation? The university would have literally said it's an NQF level issue that they were following. But if you go to the only legislated agency in South Africa that can speak with authority on the qualification framework, which is SAQA, South African Qualifications Authority, they will tell you that the university there is wrong. And when the committee is saying, you seem not to understand this national qualification, because a student who does, what do you call it, advanced diploma, gets NQF level 7. This is in a university of technology. They've got advanced diplomas. Previously, they used to call them something I forgot, but they were changed to advanced diplomas. That's NQF level 7. It's equivalent to somebody who gets a degree. It's advanced diploma, NQF level 7, degree, LQ level 7. So this is the case with these two students. They would have went to DUT, completed this, and then went to UKZN to do their honors NQF level 8. So they were accepted by this institution, University of Limpopo, for a master's NQF level 9, on the basis that they had this honors degrees from University of KwaZulu-Natal. As we told them they're going to lose, they're wasting money. They went to court, and around March, February this year, as expected. They lost that case. In fact, if you read the judgment there, it's I'm very happy with that judge. That judge was very clear. I think it was 9.1 on the judgment where he says the decision to review and the decision not to confer this student with their masters is reviewed and set aside. That is number one. Those of you who studied law, they will tell you that what the judge they say, saying everything that you have argued about you being right as an institution not to give the student their degree is literally hogwash. It's set aside. You have not argued correctly. So that decision is reviewed and set aside. That is the decision. Number two, he says, I'm instructing you, because the judge can't, why constitutional democrats can't go around, our courts can't go around giving people degrees. We've got senates at universities that are responsible for that because we're guided by the Constitution. He says, let your senate go and redetermine this decision. What does that mean? It says you are determined that you're not going to give, but I'm instructing you to go and review that particular decision. He does not stop there. He goes and says, I'm slapping you with costs. Why? Because you have wasted the court's time. You did not have a case here. So that's what the judge said. But if those of you who followed that case, their spokesperson there was running around here saying the judge did not say they must give those students degrees. I don't know. Those of you who are lawyers, maybe let's assist each other. Let's assist that institution to also, because they seem not to have a legal department that must help them. Because for us, it's a simple thing to do. So we have asked the minister in December to look at the administration and governance collapse at that institution. So there are many issues there. I mean, the chairperson of council there is there in the third term against the university statute, university constitution that guides them. The vice chancellor there, we don't know how many years he has been there. We asked them in the meeting, VC, how long have you been a VC? He himself did not know. That's how long he's been there. It's been sometimes it's 2 terms because it's one university. Sometimes it's more because it started at University of the North. If you ask him how many terms, he did not answer us in that particular meeting. So which is against the university statute that says a maximum of 2 terms. They claimed to have had a legal opinion that says it's not supposed to be 2 terms, but we said, no problem, you must give it to us. We're still waiting. Those are the documents that we are still waiting for them to give to us. So the minister has been given until the 30th of June to come present to the committee if she will be appointing an independent assessor, and if not, why not? Given what the notes or the evidence that the committee members would have given them. I mean, the Director General, when we read him the judgment of these 2 students, I was surprised. He said, please send it to us. And members were saying to us, on the 20th of May, you went the DG with the minister to University of Limpopo. And the clips that we saw there, you said the university is stable. What's stable when you don't know this information? So members, again, last week we told the department that law firm that lost the case with these 2 students, they are in court again, University of Limpopo. They are going to be in court for a long time. They are in court again for refusing to confer. Another student who have taken them to court again. And what surprises us is that University of Limpopo has appointed the same firm that lost with cost, the same firm to represent them on a similar case. And when people write to us and say, you must check how these law firms are appointed at that institution, you must check their relationship with the leadership of that institution. And you must, we have asked them to give us a breakdown of 2023 alone, which law firms represented at which case in a table format, how much did that cost, and what was the case about? Was it against student workers or service providers, and what was the outcome? Because people would have written to us and said to us, if you look at that, you're going to see what some of us, the old school, will call Lisilo ruler. We're going to see spoke because it's very scary there. Thank you very much. I hope I've responded. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Matapo, and thank you for that question about how, as the portfolio committee, we have advised that this is done. We were very mindful not to make ourselves executive, but to just advise as people who are seeing from outside what is going on, given the complaints and the cries and the plight of the people that are being affected by these conditions. So what we said was that there are systems at SASSA that must be used, because also what we were getting is that the systems go offline. A person would be in the process of doing a verification, and I believe they get OTPs, and the OTPs would expire while they are waiting for their faces to come back from Home Affairs. It's a very sort of complicated thing for some people that may not be technologically savvy. And so we said, what about using the already existing systems? For example, there is a program called the Integrated Community Registration Outreach Program of SASSA. Why do they not use that program to go to the rural areas, to go to places where the older persons stay and do this verification? Because in the process of trying to, from the beginning of the process to the end, things fall apart, and then a verification is not finalized, and then it's going to take another time again for the attempt to be done, and this is just making people not get their money. But also, we realized that there are many vacancies in the client-facing part of the agency, where we said complete the appointment of the client-facing officials, so that when you say to people, go to your nearest SASSA office, there is somebody to attend to them, because it's no use me taking 150 Rand to get 370 Rand to go to a SASSA office and then come back with nothing, because there was just the queue that was so long in such a way that SASSA was not able to attend to all the people that would have gone there. So we said, look at the systems, strengthen them, and make sure that people do not have to take multiple trips to try and do this, because by the time they get this money, it is going straight to the people that would have lent them that money to go in the first place. So we also talked about the ensuring that the targeting of these verifications is as accurate as they can get it to be. Because if you are targeting me because my profile is suspicious, but you are not sure that I'm the one that is getting money underhandedly, and I'm going to be disadvantaged as a result, it means that I've been disadvantaged for no fault of my own, and times that by as many thousands of people as possible that would have gone through that process and still not get their verification done as a result, and still not getting their grant at the time when they need it most. So that is what we have said. And the minister was there with us all the time, and she took that. She noted all those recommendations by the by the portfolio committee, because also we are very mindful of the budgets being cut and all sorts of things. So we're saying use what you have, but use it effectively. There is no need to have all these processes and all these systems that fall apart when beneficiaries need them most. So I think I'll stop there, Program Director.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is one. Chair, I think we highlighted on the presentation that the decision was taken in the sixth administration to place ECDC under a Department of Basic Education. That decision came with the obligation, which is the question of now resourcing the decision, because you can't just take a decision. You know, you take a decision, you resource, but you resource the decision on the already, you know, challenged environment, which is your infrastructural backlog in our schools. So what we have done when we're budgeting, just to ensure that we, you know, elevate the challenge that we are confronted with, and 17.7% of the budget now, which is in addition in the budget that we usually allocate. It was increased and it was above inflation, you know, inflation rate. So was made as a commitment, you know, on the decision that was made to ensure that we address the question of overcrowding, as we all know that we have challenge of overcrowding, and it's a moving target. You can't say that we have addressed it today here. It's a moving target in the sense that it is a subsidiary of many challenges that we are confronted with. If we're talking about your economic activities, it moves with those. You know, in the olden days, Chair, the kids were usually left with grandmothers in the rural areas to look after them. Then it was a little bit easier there because certain laws were depriving them to move up until to a certain stage whereby they will move with certain responsibilities. It is no longer the case. That is why in our budgeting as a seventh administration, we want to make sure that we are responding to that. And also the Minister of Finance, you know, made a further commitment to ensure that this becomes a reality, this infrastructural challenge, challenge addressing by 15 billion to the provinces now, to say provinces, instead of you going around, address this particular question, address the question of crowding, but it must be followed. We are here as a select committee. We will ensure that we are following it. We are following the money that we've put in place to ensure that this becomes a reality. We know it has just been introduced, indeed, with challenges that we know. It doesn't necessarily mean that we cannot do anything because there are challenges. Challenges must be confronted head on. It's what we are trying to do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairpersons. I think we are done with members of the media. We will now go to the stakeholders. I'm going to start with taking it row by row. The first row. The first one on this one, I'm just going to give you numbers. You'll be the first one. What is your name?
I am Gundo Mahandana.
Mahandana.
Yes.
And then the next one. Just recognizing you for now. You can switch off the mic. You will be the first when I indicate that you can go ahead. The next one, number 2.
Uzimasa,
Zimasa, and then 3,
Mrs. Muhanda,
Mrs.
Muhanda,
Mwanda. And then 4, we are on this row now. Yose,
Liema.
Liam,
Liema.
Liema. Liema, you will be 4, 5.
Undotana.
Done. And then
Alia.
6,
Alia?
Ania. 7,
Ando.
Tando. 8,
Siba.
Siba. And then we go to this row now. Thank you for saving this row. You are 9. Name?
Kellen.
Eh?
Helen.
Helen.
Kellen, yes.
Oh, Kellen. Kellen. And then 10. Number 10. Okay, on that row.
Lungelo.
11.
Hello.
Pelo.
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done with this side. This side, any stakeholders? Not. And then which one?
Yes, this one.
One, which one? The name? Manaisa.
Yes,
Or-
Daftamnesa, yes.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to start, if possible, very short, straight to the point so that everyone gets the answers that they deserve. Because we don't want anyone to leave here with unanswered questions. The chairpersons are here. They are going to make a great effort in answering each and every question. There's about 12 of them, 11 here, and then 1 virtual. So before you ask a question, just say your name again and the institution where you come from. And then, just try to speak close to the mic, but not too close, so that it doesn't cause distortions. But if we can do question in 2 minutes each, I'll really appreciate. Not more than 2 minutes. If you can take 1 minute also, it's fine. You don't have to exhaust the whole 2 minutes.
Okay, I am Mahandana. My question is directed to the Honorable Mr. Letsie. I would like to know that what oversight mechanism is the committee implementing to hold NSFAS accountable for timely payments? And then are there any plans to make sure that to penalize NSFAS or to reform them from repeated delays? And then maybe lastly, I would just like to know that to the affected accommodation providers, currently, are there any solutions to temporal solutions to mitigate on the loss that they have? For example, like a bridging loan or any emergency fundings. Thank you.
Zimasa, 2.
To Honorable Feni, what measures are in place to?
Which institution do you come from?
I'm from Unity Bridge,
Okay,
an organization. Mr. Teboko, what measures are in place to ensure SETA boards are inclusive and responsive to youth from underserved communities like Crossroad and Philippi? And then for Mr. Teboko, then for you, Mr.
The
Mr. Penny.
The first one is what efforts are being taken to ensure.
What measures, yes,
Measures.
in place to ensure SETA boards are inclusive and responsive to youth from underserved communities?
SETA
like
boards, yeah.
Crossroads and Philippi. Okay, and then for you, Mr. Feni, how will chapters 5 and 6 of the Children's Amendment Bill enhance protection mechanism for vulnerable children? And the last question is, are there any plans to better integrate ECD programs with community organizations for smoother early transitions? Thank you.
Thank you. 3. Mrs. Mwanda.
I come from an organization called Basadi Women Empowerment. I'm based in Kailicha. I would like to ask for Mr. Feni, Honorable Feni, just 2 questions. You said in the Bella Bill there's a law that tells us about compulsory grade R. Has there been recognition of the cost that comes with grade R? Because currently the money that gets paid to schools for grade R is so enormous as compared to money that gets to be paid for school fees for grade 1. So those comparisons and the cost, knowing that most of some of the kids, majority of kids come from vulnerable communities that depends on SASSA for them to survive. The second one, I like how higher education addressed this one, which I think DPE needs to also address the shortages of schools. It was said when I attended a dialogue in Enganini, Kaelicha, where we saw a number of young people who are supposed to be in high school, which are out of schools because there's shortage of schools and a high volume of foreign nationals that are occupying space in our high schools, whilst our own as South Africans are sitting without spaces in school, which leverage on the issue of rising crimes and so forth. So those such questions that I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. 4.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Liema Jacobs. I'm the SRC chairperson, Tygerberg SRC chairperson at Stellenbosch University. My question is directed at Mr. Letsier. In Stellenbosch, earlier this year, we had to strike at the start of the year due to registration blocks based on historical debt. Of that cohort are NSFAS students who are incurring historical debt at Stellenbosch University due to the accommodation cap NSFAS introduced in 2023. There is ranges from 50K to about 75,000, meaning NSFAS students are accumulating up to 25K of debt every year. That over 4 years is about 100K. For medicine, it's even more. Keeping that in mind, and also the news report that News 24 brought up to light on the ENCA Africa legal opinion on the 4 middleman companies that you highlighted earlier, and the maladministration with regards to the optimal performance of these companies and the, I want to say, big tender amounts, or basically the maladministration of those huge amounts. It's very disheartening to see because that amount, Chairperson, can be used, towards addressing the state issue, could have been used towards funding deregistered students who don't have an opportunity to appeal these things due to administrative issues with the whole application process. So, Chairperson, my question to you is and you also highlighted this earlier when you said that you're not happy with the pace at which NSFAS is resolving some of the issues that were raised on the 7th of May. If you and the board, not the board, the PC of the opinion that NSFAS is dragging their feet and is not doing enough, what more can you do besides bringing them here and having them account to their lack of actions? What more decisive accountability measures can you put in place to protect the student? Because the longer they drag their feet, the more students actually hurt on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Jacobs. 6.
Thank you so much.
5, sorry.
Thank you so much. My name is Ndodan Hadebe, the current National Chairperson of Civil Society Unmuted. But my question is based on the report because I represent the city of Cape Town,
on the National Homeless Network, consisting of about 9 cities. My burning question is actually to Honorable Bridget Masao. Can you provide an update on the status of the housing payments of non-profit organizations? What specific interventions as the committee have you implemented to support those organizations? We've seen in the couple of years that they're actually struggling. First, it was the delays on the payments. Now, then is the budget cuts. Then thirdly, now is the compliance issues. Are they trying not to fund those NPOs, or is there any issue? I can give you an example. They've spent 1.3 billion on irregular expenditure as a social department. And then they send money back, about 140 million sending back to Treasury because they could not use it. So is there a way, or is there something which as a committee are interfering in that? Because that's a pending issue for many years. Or have you not get any complaints in regards to that? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fadebe. 6.
Thank you. I am Alia Chikter from the Alternative Information and Development Center, and I'm also from part of the Universal Basic Income Coalition. The question I have is for Honorable Bridget Masango. So what efforts are being undertaken to address erroneous exclusions and payment failures with the SRD?
Try to talk into the mic.
Sorry,
Yeah.
is this better?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so there are 18 million people who live in poverty and should qualify for the SRD grant, but Treasury has only budgeted to cover 8.7 million of these people. At every stage of the process, from application to approval and payment, there are significant barriers. Research has shown that 90% of rejections are erroneous. Grant beneficiaries have themselves noted that issues with the biometric verification process, with the system often not working as you have stated. Even when people are able to unblock the verification process prior to the payment date, people still end up not being paid. The issue with mobile offices is that the SRD grant is not permanent. So even if there is an in-person and accessible assistance, there is still the need for continued online verification. For example, if someone changes their contact details, meaning that exclusion is built in by design. So are these measures sufficient to address the array of erroneous exclusions? And what can be done to ensure that these issues with the SRD grant are addressed and not extended to other grants in light of Treasury's conditionalities? Thank you.
Thank you, Anya. Tando?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to greet all the honorable members in the room and anyone else who's also honorable. My name is Tando Lukele. I am the SRC president of the University of Cape Town. Just out of curiosity, with the NSFAS coverage, you cover from households that earn from 0 to 350,000, understanding that universities increase prices annually, understanding that obviously there's an increase in VAT, there's an increase in inflation. Are you considering calling the NSFAS board to increase the threshold to cover the missing middle? There's obviously concerns around the missing middle. We have about 5,000 students in UCT who are academically, or rather financially excluded last year, solely on the context that they can't afford the fees or the tuition of University of Cape Town. UCT round about 200,000. If my mom earns 400K, they pay bonds, they pay for their cars. There's absolutely no way they would afford fees. So my first question is there a conversation around increasing the threshold? Second question is, have you called NSFAS to account on them introducing the missing middle loan last year, but there were no payments around it? How many payments were made? Is there follow-ups on that? Follow-up question, just to piggyback on the issue of accommodation caps as well. Are you going to be engaging with the city of Cape Town? I mean, the cheapest residence here in Cape Town is around about 70,000, meaning a NSFAS funded student will own about a minimum of 25,000 annually. So are you considering engaging with the city on that? And follow up after that, understanding institutional autonomy. I'm sorry, Mr. Litsi. Understanding institutional autonomy is the way in which the department and the institutions can liaise to decrease the fees or the costs of accommodations around the spaces as well. Is the conversations on that as well, including the fact that you had raised an issue on the now I'm doing the thing you are doing as well. Internationalization as well, and the fact that there's no way in which the department can hold these institutions into account. So it's the way in which we can implement something where we maintain institutional autonomy, but we can hold our public institutions to account as well. So those are just my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Number 8, Siba.
Thank you very much, Program Director. So my name is Siba Mdingi. I'm the current postgraduate academic sub-council secretary at the University of Cape Town. So my questions are directed to all 3 members. So I'll start with Mr. Letsie. So Mr. Letsie, we have what we call SAUS in the university spaces, and SAUS has been inactive for the past 3 to 4 years. So, but they still want privileges at DHAT. So what is the committee doing to call SAUS to come and account, to not just enjoy the privileges of DHET, but also be active in that space? Because we've not seen what they are doing, but they are now saying that they want NSFAS board appointments, they want A, B, and C, D, and F, yet they are not active in spaces where students are concerned. And then bulk of my questions will be going to Honorable Bridget Masongo. So are there any steps that have been taken to actually appoint the GBV and F femicide, or the GBV and femicide council that the president has announced? It has not been appointed till now, and GBV is a sketch that happens each and every year. We are taking to the streets, but the council is not appointed. The second there is that we appreciate the arrest of the people that were using SASSA to pay cost accounts, but has the committee established proper mitigation strategies there to say that there are ghost people receiving SASSA SASSA grants? What are we doing to ensure that we mitigate this and actually ensure that they stop? Because what happens is that you are removing the few culprits, but the root cause is still there. The third question is that, are there any plans to subsidize transport for elders who actually have to commute to these places to access their SASSA grants or have queries when it comes to SASSA grants? Because noting that they pay 150, but not actually working towards subsidizing their transport does not assist. The third one is that can there be a direct strategy or a actual, like, what you call is collaboration between the Department of Higher Education and yourselves, in that we don't have to always prove that we are poor, that I am now using a SASSA grant, from there I have to apply for NSFAS, from there I have to do this, but there collaboration between these departments in saying that once I use SASSA, it is knowledge that I will not afford university. So NSFAS must then also say that by that time it is moving on a much more seamless basis. And then you spoke a lot about the CDA. The CDA has opened a roll call for applications at the moment, but they have not attached an application form. When you apply for the CDA to nominate anyone, the application form is not there. But the CDA is going to close, and then what's going to happen? We are going to have the issue of the SETA boards where people are appointed in bedrooms or in lingo. So we want to understand what's going on there. Why is the CDA not attached the application form so that people can actually nominate credible or people that are known that work in the spaces of these things? And then my last question is to Honorable Feni. Honorable Feni, is the department going to do anything about these principals that are appointed in certain schools, especially in the Eastern Cape where we come from, that populate and overcrowd us in classrooms? They would sit in a 60-seater classroom as 150 students so that they can just earn a higher salary from the department. Is there any steps that are being taken there to ensure that we get quality education in these institutions that we study for, so that we can qualify for varsities at a later stage? Thank you.
Thank you. Council Secretary 9.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kellen Ontong from UWC. I'm representing the South African BRICS Youth Association, and my question is for Mr. Feni. You mentioned that South Africa is currently experiencing a backlog of skills, and I'd like to ask you if there are any steps or plans, perhaps strategies being talked about or put in place to address this backlog. Coming as a master's candidate, this is a very concerning thing to hear, and I'd just like to know if there's anything that is being done about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 10.
Thank you very much, facilitator.
My name is Lungelo Mnguni, SRC Acting Secretary General from CPUT. I would like to concur with the later speakers, Comrade Tando from UCT, and also Comrade Siba from CPUT on the issue of, firstly, the NSFAS cap. I think it's very important for you, Chairperson. You'll be you'll be fine with me because all my questions are coming to you. So on the issue of the NSFAS cap, I think it's no longer serving a purpose now with NSFAS. I'm myself a graduate of NSFAS Pasari, and I got my qualification through that particular Pasari, my first qualification. But with now students that we are having, all of them that are enrolling in these universities, they will come out at the end of their term of qualification without having to get that particular qualification certificate on the basis that they will be having that debt that is caused by the accommodation cap at current moment. Then now to come on the issue, because the facilitator said that this is not just a Q&A session, but it's also engagement. So we have to put some submissions to you, Chairperson, on the issue of SETAs now. With SETAs, we want to complement the intervention that you did through your portfolio committee. But we also want to stress and put emphasis on the issue that we want SETAs, they must be paying our universities within 30 days, because what they are doing is against the PFMA to pay the entities with after getting invoices after 30 days. That's the current thing that is happening with our universities. These SETAs, they get to pay our universities after 2 years, after 1 year, which is now linking to these students having the student debt if they're not registered in the following academic year. Then also my suggestion is that the result, this thing of them not paying on time, result in these students being handed over to the debt collectors, of which is becoming more issue with the student debt that all the universities are handling. Then lastly, on the issue of suggestion, I would want you to also put more on the new setup board to say they must emphasize on the issue of the induction of these students on a yearly basis, not just to come once in a while to come and induct our students before granting them these particular bursaries. And I hear that they are building the youth centers across the country. I will want to also put it to you that they must emphasize the building of entrepreneurial centers for youth and students across this particular country of ours. Lastly, just to correct you, because you wanted to know what was the other way of advanced diploma. It was used to be called BTech, that NQF level 7 that you were dealing with the issue of UL. With our issue at CPUT, because there was a question on UL, I was being touched as a student of CPUT. We, as SRC, we received an email from an unknown whistleblower, copied all portfolio committee of higher education, including yourself. I just confirmed myself here. Then all of us as SRC were copied, members of parliament, president of political parties, ministers, council members of the university. Allegations against corruption, fraud, and money embezzlement that was taking place in the university. None of the public representative did respond to that particular email, except for student structures that are representing students in these particular campuses together with the SRC. That was the only responses that we saw on that particular email, and only the registrar's response, which says that this particular matter is under investigation whatsoever. But because you were speaking of law firm companies, I want you to zoom in and also tell us if ever, are you entertaining that particular case that is taking place at CPUT? Because we're running away from these law firms that are coming to our universities with a track record of always trying to hide whatever that is being exposed by whoever who has got to showcase by being through a whistleblower. Then we have to protect those particular people because they come up with evidence to prove the effect that they're putting out there. Lastly, will be to say, as you are speaking, you also spoke yourself about these service providers with the issue of NSFAS. As you are here now as the SRC, we are having students right now who are being chased out by these particular private landlords whom are not getting paid by NSFAS as of yet. So our own students are being chased out of accommodation. They are told to go back home. Come second semester, they will be having any place to stay on the basis of this issue of a late payment from NSFAS because of these two channels. One is the channel of NSFAS portal, which my own university is not part of, but we are having students who are residing over this accommodation that they are claiming to be accredited with NSFAS, of which we are also questioning how were they allowed to be accredited with NSFAS, judging on the services that they're providing with to our students? It's only a bed and a chair, then they are charged 52,000. So we want you to also zoom into that particular space. As you said, that the NSFAS CEO, the current acting NSFAS CEO, is having a huge task at hand to deal with this particular matter. But also you, as the chairperson of higher committee, I think you must zoom into that particular space of accreditation and check if is there something that you can do to make sure that those landlords who are accredited by NSFAS or claiming to be accredited by NSFAS did follow a proper process of their building being scrutinized before getting the accreditation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nobala. When you keep on saying the last one several times, you are giving us a false hope that you are about to finish, but not finish. 6 times. Thank you, Nobala. Pello.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pello, and I'm the president of CPUT with my colleagues here. Also, my questions straight to Litsi, the chairperson of higher education. The last speaker have captured me on some of the questions, but I have to ask because I have some. So I would like to ask that, are there any solutions for the affected private accommodation due to the decline of NSFAS appeals after the delays in response? 2, what is the role of higher education in NSFAS accreditation in private accommodation?
Sorry, President, can you just repeat the first one?
The first one?
Yeah.
Are there any solutions for the affected private accommodation due to the decline of NSFAS appeals after the delays in responses? 2, what is the role of higher education in NSFAS accreditation of private accommodation? And the last one, what is the take of higher education on the resident cap here in Western Cape in making sure that the cap does not affect the low class, making sure of their safety, and in making sure that they won't be evicted by these private landlords should be there delays in NSFAS payment? Because as we speak, Chairperson, the last speaker just said now, these students are being evicted because of this delay. NSFAS doesn't pay. I don't know what's happening. And, you know, I'm confused. West and West on the side of appeals, because our students get affected, very, very affected by those appeals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that concludes all the questions for the virtual, for the physical. We've got one more virtual. Mr. Munaisa, on virtual platform.
I'm sorry, Slalo. Are you still going to give us another round of questions?
This will be the last round. Do you want to ask another question? Or do you want to?
Yes, I was giving, there were many hands, so I was assuming we'll have another opportunity.
Yeah, let's give you that opportunity now.
Okay.
So that when the chairpersons respond, we know that they deal with everything and we are done, yeah.
Okay.
Because we don't want to detain you more than we should.
Definitely, I'll keep it brief. Mr. Litsie, so last year there were around about 350 something learners who are coming out of matric with bachelor passes. In context, understanding that there's those students, those who took gap years, there's those who want now who upgraded their marks, who want to go into university. And there's space for 200,000 first years. So how do we bridge that gap? Because there's obviously a gap between the people who qualify for university and the people who get accepted. So are we planning on building more spaces of higher learning? How are we what's our plan with bridging that gap? Then my last question, Mr. Mfeni, with regards to high scholars, what is our plan with equipping them for universities as well? I think there's a clear gap between the Department of Higher Education and the Department of Basic Education, but there's a need for first years, second years, and third years to be able to utilize university resources, to access devices, to know how to use a computer. So what is our plan with preparing our students or our learners for being students in the future? What is our plan with that? And Mayor Bridget, Honorable Bridget, just one question. With regards to rural areas, there's obviously a lack of basic access to getting a basic ID before we even go into conversations of SASSA, because the nearest SASSA is two hours away. So are we planning on what is our plan with that? Are we planning on using mobile cars, mobile devices to go access the people who actually need these social services? So like my basic question is, how do we open access to spaces that have an open issue with the digital divide? One, they can't access these services online. They can't access these services anywhere else. They have to travel 2-3 hours to get access to these places. What is our plan with that? And how are we planning on ensuring that we get an accurate count of everyone who needs these SASSA grants, who are able to be getting the SASSA grants? And obviously after that, there must be a plan on where they're going to withdraw the money, because the nearest ATM, if it's 2 hours away, it still doesn't solve the problem if they have a card, but the nearest ATM is very far. So what is the plan with that as well? Probably transportation of groceries, collecting people, as Siba said. What is our plan with being able to have open access to these social services to the people that actually need these social services? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we then go to virtual? Huh? Oh, okay. I apologize, sir. I see that you are we'll give you 13.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think I was rising on a point of privilege because I was outside when you're noting hands.
As long as it's not the order, a point of order.
Thank you so much.
I'm hardly out of order.
No, greetings. My name is Luvuyo Ngwenya. I am the Central SRC of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology under the portfolio Education and Transformation Officer. I think the latter speakers, I'm in agreement of what they are raising. Firstly, the cost of living in Cape Town, number one. That is very expensive, but you find students being indebted to pay residences close to 70,000. And you find that those students are actually NSFAS beneficiaries. And when they graduate, they do not get their qualifications, but that paper of completion that they've completed. But now, how are they going to even get funding to pay back the universities their money, while in fact they were NSFAS beneficiaries? Because there should be an indication that if one is an NSFAS beneficiary, it means you don't afford, you can't afford. Then how is one subjected of paying above the cap? So we have to be in agreement that the NSFAS administration and how it is doing things, it is totally not working for them. Because this year we got students that the portal was open for students to apply. It was then closed, it was reopened. But now there are some students that did apply, but they applied at the TVET cycle. But NSFAS did not communicate that this is a TVET cycle application. And when you go into the portal and apply, it states that are you applying for universities? It gives you a list of universities, it gives you a list of TVET colleges. And you get the most students that they're saying they applied for universities, but you find those students are not funded today because they're saying the system was opened for only TVET, but the communication was not for TVET when they were supposed to choose the choice, is it a TVET or universities? It further goes on to the late applications that happened in January, where students obviously get their matric results, and obviously when they're applying, they also, NSFAS is telling us that these are TVET applications and not university applications, but the system allowed for students to apply for university applications for NSFAS, and you are finding those students not funded. I'll further go on to the issue of exceptions that are happening. Students are funded during the beginning of the year. At the cost of the year, students are told that there are exceptions that are put into place. Now, how can you fund someone at the beginning of the year and during the course of the year, you cut that person's funding? How is that person going to live? How is that person even going to pay accommodation? That's where troubles of that's when troubles of landlords starting to chase away students, because NSFAS has decided during the course of the year that they're going to defund students upon those things. Then there is a cap that NSFAS is actually trying to bring, a cap of 25,000 of unaccredited residents, so your private accommodations, what you call. So at CPUT, we are currently having close to about 22,000 students, approximately are funded by NSFAS over a total population of 38,000. So that might tell you that our university is mostly of students who are funded by NSFAS. So when you are imposing a cap of 25,000 on unaccredited residential accommodation, while we are having this issue of caps, do you think landlords will actually keep students, or they'll chase away students? Because that's what's going to happen. And during the course of the year, registration templates were supposed to be sent to NSFAS. NSFAS kept a date that registration handlers must be closed, and universities cannot send registration templates to NSFAS. And you're finding that NSFAS keeps on updating the funding decision. Let's say I'm still waiting for my funding decision. To date states that I'm provisionally funded. The university then has to send a registration template to NSFAS, but NSFAS on its own has said to the university they must not send registration templates. Now you find that there is a mixed match between the financial aid offices and NSFAS, where NSFAS keeps on changing decisions, but they're telling universities not to send registration templates. Further on, it goes of students going to these private accommodation landlords, getting accommodation, and you find FAOs are claiming travel allowance for those students, by finding out those students are funded. So it is then a plea that to you, when I chair, that can reg handlers be opened, and those students that were supposed to be funded, or that they're supposed to be sent, they be sent there, because now it creates that confusion that they've claimed a travel allowance, they have to do top ups, and when it comes to top ups, NSFAS is going to tell you that they don't have a certain budget or that funding that they should be giving for top ups, but they're still changing decisions of saying that you're provisionally accepted, you're eligible, you have your appeals that have not even given a decision. It's a lot that's happening under the administration of NSFAS. But lastly, before I step down, I just want to ask you that which universities are you calling to portfolio committee? Because us were just right here, but we are not called to portfolio committee, and portfolio committee to our university to account as well, because we see other people coming, and normally January we had a crisis, there was sauna and students were sleeping outside. It's less than 5 minutes away to our university, but our university was not called to actually respond or answer. And you even stated, and I came in late, but you stated that you regularly check your emails. I do not know if you saw the email of the whistleblower, and if you saw the email, I think you would have responded or even called the university to come and sit on the particular thing, because the council had said, and I believe is if someone is investigated by law, when we're being told that person ought to take a step away from the position and be investigated. So we want to understand that the people that are being investigated, or the people that are appearing in that corruption report that has been done, what is going to happen? Are they going to be shifted aside and investigation take place? I'm not saying they're guilty or not guilty, but what should happen? Because normally when a student is being found of alleged something, or they're investigated, they're normally suspended up until they are proven guilty or not guilty. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. But we can say that we invited you today. You came. So the chairperson will make sure that, but I don't think you need any invitation. You are very close. You just need to walk down and come here. No one ever needs an invitation to come to their own parliament because this is your parliament, it's people's parliament. Can we then take the last one virtually? Is it written or to be delivered oral?
Well,
Mr. Manaisa.
it's also written.
Okay.
So if Mr. Manaisa is not going to speak, I can read on his behalf.
Just speak into the microphone.
Sorry. First question from Mr. Manaisa. It's Jafta Manaisa. It's directed to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. When is the R24? I'm not sure if it's R24 or 24 rands. When is the 24 rand subsidy starting, or the R24 subsidy starting, as there is inconsistent information from provinces? Two, how is our ECD practitioners, how are they being assisted in acquiring the relevant qualifications as per the Bella Act? Three, why are the ECD practitioners not being given an opportunity and subsidy to qualify? These are from Jafta Munaisa, chairperson or chairman of the Civil Society Unmuted Coalition in the Northwest Province. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think that's quite an avalanche of questions and concerns, but also views, inputs that have been expressed from the floor, especially from the leadership of students at various academic institutions. If I were chairperson, I will just go to the podium to address all these issues because it's quite a lot of them, and I know he has been taking notes for each and every one of them. I don't think that solutions or answers to solutions are going to be found in just this engagement alone. I think he will agree with me that at some point there will be a need for some sort of a student parliament in order to get to the bottom of these issues and get these institutions like NSFAS and others so that they can appear before the student parliament to deal with all these issues. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody, for the questions. I hope that we will try our best to respond. The first question is, what does it take for Parliament to bring in institutions like CPUT to Parliament? I think our portfolio is very big. We have more than 120 public institutions that we do oversight over. We have not been in office for a year. We were only turning 1 year next month on the 11th of July, because we first convened the first meeting of the portfolio committee that elected myself as the chair on the 11th of July 2024. We have agreed as the committee that we are going to do a report to give account on what is it that we have done in the past year next month. So we have 26 public universities that we do oversight on. We have 50 TVET colleges that we do oversight on. We have 21 SETAs that we do oversight on. Then we have other entities, Section 3A entities like a QCTO, SAQA, NSFAS, CHE, NSF, NHISS, which makes the total amount to just over 120 public entities that we do. You're including the department, the ministry. And I'm sure we'll all agree that you can't count NSFAS once there. NSFAS is almost like 10 entities because you must meet with NSFAS. Where I come from, they call it court, or fast, or quicker. You must meet with them almost every time because of the challenges in that institution. We have received, or maybe I must indicate that. So as the portfolio committee, we are an oversight board. We do oversight over the ministry, the department, all national entities, including the university. So the university on a regular basis reports to the department. We don't have the legislative powers to even investigate. We don't even have let's leave the legislative, the human resource powers to investigate all of these allegations that we get. And we get a lot. If we look at the backlog that we have now on entities that would want to meet, we have a serious, especially in university, we have a serious backlog on what is it that we want to look at. And it will be futile for us to meet with an entity where there are allegations, and those allegations are being investigated, because it means all of those allegations in our meeting, we can't touch them because there's a separate process. Parliament is an arm of this. We've got three. We've got the legislature, which is us. We've got the executive, and we've got the judicial. So if a matter is seized somewhere, it means you can't deal with it. Let me make an example. In the first quarter, I think somewhere around February, I can't remember the dates, we had wished to interact with an institution called Durban University of Technology, because there was a forensic report that was done that painted a very bad picture there. But because the Vice Chancellor took it to court, we had to remove them on our program because it was now part of a separate process in the courts. So we have seen that email. We have referred it to the department to look at what is it that they can do there, and if they see it fit, they must put in forensic there. We will interact with, and this is the commitment that we've made to the committee, with all entities under our portfolio. But when we do so, we must make sure that there are no technicalities that are used to block us from questioning certain things. So I hope I've made sense. I've tried to speak in riddles on that one, because we don't want also some of these institutions accuse us of taking sides of either workers or students against them. And we always say that we look at ourselves as stakeholders in the ecosystem of higher education, and all of us, we must work well in making sure that we deal with these things. There's a, Luvuyo, I think there's a point that you've made which worries me. I think you are saying on registration data, NSFAS are closed or instructed or said to institution not to submit the registration data at the beginning of the year. And that would have meant that institutions can't send. I think would really like that you give us this thing, because no institution have said this to us, one. But if this thing exists, then it creates a problem. That NSFAS can say we're not ready for registration data until a certain period, and then at a later period, they then penalizes the students because they had initially said. So if you can just give us this part. On a cap on unaccredited accommodation, but this one I'm going to answer it in different ways. The first one is that what is unaccredited accommodation? Unaccredited accommodation is accommodation that, in the simplest understanding, does not meet the minimum norms and standards of THET. Unaccredited accommodation is accommodation that neither the institution or NSFAS can say we are approving of this student staying in that accommodation. Because if they met the minimum norms and standards, then they must go and get accredited. That is a simple this thing. Do we support students staying in unaccredited accommodation? I mean, norms and standards are very clear. We want certain level of security, certain level of Wi-Fi, and with a number of, especially female students who go through a lot in our accommodation, we don't really want our students to stay in accredited accommodation. Many of them, I mean, if anybody can go in and out because there's no security, our students there will be subjected to serious GBV. So we don't want unaccredited accommodation. That's the first thing we must agree on. We want all accommodation to meet the minimum norms and standards, and they must be accredited. They must go through a process to be accredited. So why are these why are this accommodation not being accredited? It's because of one reason or the other. And we said, we have agreed with NSFAS, and we said, if we continue paying them these amounts and they are unaccredited, it means we're promoting these things of accommodation not being accredited. So they must be punished. So the 2,500 that many of you spoke about is not, it's not wrong. It's a punishment to those who don't want to get accredited. Why must they get the same as the accredited? In fact, when we went to the Free State, some of them unaccredited in Bloemfontein, unaccredited, were getting more than some of the accredited at CUT. So why would those ones want to go and accredit when they're getting more than these ones who are accredited. So we want to inform you that we agreed that there must be punishment to those people. Where we disagreed with NSFAS was that they woke up in the middle of the night on the 7th of March and issued a circular that all unaccredited are going to be given 2.5. The problem with that, it's in the middle of the semester. These students have signed lease with those people. So the difference will then have to be paid for by the student. That's where we disagreed with NSFAS. But the decision to punish unaccredited, we agree with them. In fact, next year they must say 1.5. We want them to be, they must go and many of them, it's just small issues. Just put Wi-Fi, why can't you do that? So that you are accredited, you put security, and we can sleep at night knowing that when parents release their children to our sector, they will be safe there. That's all why we want student accommodation. Where we disagreed with NSFAS and we said, go and reconsider, it's in the middle of the year. It's in the middle of, it's like last year when NSFAS woke up in June and July and defunded 10,300 students. Whether they were wrong or not, but it's in the middle of them. Many of them have left their families because your system told them that they qualify. And they've now incurred debt. They took abogogo babathengele bababhukhela ibhasi bathatha umashonisa babafaka kwi-city to city baphumela Limpopo baseJoburg. And when they are there after 6 months, they've incurred debt on student accommodation, on academic, in the middle of the year. The same system of yours that said they qualify is now saying they don't qualify and you defund them. It's like, you know, how we describe them, we said NSFAS, it's like they sleep at night and depending on how they were dreaming, they just wake up and take a decision. But that decision has got financial implications of students. So on the unaccredited, I hope you are not asking us to fight for unaccredited to be paid more. We don't agree. We agree when you say to us, because this year, it was already in the middle of the year, NSFAS must take the financial issue of this year, but next year, we ask NSFAS to even go lower than 2.5 so that we get rid of unaccredited. The application period, again, I hope you are not saying that those students who applied at the end of January, NSFAS must pay for them. Let me tell you what would have happened. So in January, NSFAS, when they open registration, they actually released the circular saying, we are opening for a T1, a TVET semester 1 or trimester 1. Sorry. For those who will be going to TVET because probably the university, the results came out on the 13th and all of that. The circular was very clear there. That is an opening for TVETs. In fact, there, even if we go to court, we will not win. I can tell you, NSFAS will wipe the floor with us. Where they made a mistake between the communication the communication problem between universities and NSFAS, because on the portal, the status will say provisionally funded, but it does not indicate whether TVET or university. So these students takes this portal to a university accepts this student. And after some time, then the student, the university writes to NSFAS. NSFAS says, no, this one, I don't have their registration during the university. They only applied during a TVET system. And the provisionally funded was for this thing. And by the way, this student knows because they applied they applied after the circular we've released, which says this is for TVETs. NSFAS opened for universities on the 15th of September 2024. It was a circular. Said we're opening 15 September, we're closing 15 December. So anybody who applies after 15 December for a university, they know that they've not applied for a university system. There was a T3 last year around September, which they opened for TVETs, which was open around the same time with the universities. Those students who applied that time, because many of them would have seen the system for the first time, they may have made a mistake because, and this is our arguments to NSFAS, said CEO, these students, they see the system for the first time. Like any of us, if you see something for the first time, you are likely to make mistakes on the system. This child is in high school, is doing grade 12. Why would they apply for T3? It doesn't make sense. It means it's a genuine mistake. This child is not registered at any TVET college. Why would they apply for T3? It means it's your system and the mistakes of these children. So those people, we said to them, all these students, go and make a case. How much would it cost to convert those ones who applied during that T3 between September and December, convert it into value? Let's see how much is it. And they said to us around 800,000 because those kids, those students are at university. Then we said, go and take it to the board, let the board take a decision on this thing, but we don't see why you should say no. So those students, it is our belief and our case that we've made to NSFAS that NSFAS must consider giving bursaries to those students who are at institutions of higher learning, because that one is a normal mistake. Whether they applied for university or TVET within that period, because the university opening was, or the university application was open, we have asked them to do it and we'll follow up with them. Like I said, we're looking for a date. We wanted to meet with them in June, NSFAS, because we're really not, even if we're going to apply to even meet them at night, because it's urgent, this matters with NSFAS. The space between what basic education is producing versus what is available, Thando, at our institutions of higher learning. So it's true that we're at about 202,000 university spaces. We also had about 178 or 300, I can't remember now, something like that, first F10s at TVET colleges. We also had about 150,000 available spaces for F10s and private institutions. So this 350 or so that you are speaking about comes from private institutions, public, private schools, public schools, comes from everywhere. Many of, not many, this time public schools produced more, which is a testament of 30 years of proper building of a foundation and basic education. I know Ma'am Angie was criticized a lot, but that, however you look at it, that is a legacy of that Ma'am Angie that produced so much, especially noting that not only high numbers came from township schools or quintile 1 to quintile 3 schools, the number of distinctions that came from our fee-free schools or non-fee paying schools. A number of distinctions came from them, where some of us come from in township schools. A number of, a high number actually of these bachelor passes came from, again, quintile 1, 2. So it's a legacy of, and we must give it to her, shame. We can't arrive, Minister Gwakube knows, we can arrive in 6 months and want to claim that one. That one, Asia High, she must not claim it. That one is Mame. So we must give it to Mame Njide. And one political party that led for 30 years during building a strong foundation there. And then, so we want to build more brick and mortar institutions. It's not easy, given the, I mean, you saw now, we've only, I think this week we just passed the budget now last week. The budget is not, well, the baseline is fine, but the increases that we wanted on higher education, we did not get the numbers that we wanted, but there are increases. The university, there's 2 in the pipeline. The Ekurhuleni University of Technology and the Hammanskraal Police Detective one, which are almost done. I think almost everything is ready there. We just need money, and that is why the department, we've asked them to look at triple P at the beginning, so that we're able to go 10 soil in this financially, and those 2 institutions. We must start, but we can increase capacity. This, I don't understand why our institutions will want to boast that they've got 15 billion in reserves. For what? When we don't have spaces for. You must invest that money in education. Why would a university say, I mean, you can build in District 6, what do you call, UCT can build a campus here in District 6 instead of saying they've got the reserves of 12 billion. For what? They are not a bank. Those are the banks that must worry about those things. We must worry about investing what we have. And if government, I mean, I said at the beginning, we give these institutions a lot of money in grants, or we say to them, go survive. But some of them can survive. Because if you can have 15 billion in reserves, why are we giving you this 900 million or 1.2 billion? We should be giving it to smaller universities to expand. But we are giving you guys across. But you guys, some of you in these institutions, you are worried about having reserves. So with the money that is already here in the system, we can collaboratively work and build enough space for everybody. But we don't have a will. Some are, there are some people who want to make certain institutions exclusive. So this one, there's a case that we're dealing with in a law school of one institution, I won't say it, where we're told that even if in the final year, you have 300 law students who are doing final year, they'll tell you the degree of law here is exclusive. We only want 60 graduates. And even if you shame Wapasa, because of this thing, they will close you out. And this is something, we don't understand that particular thing. And that is why I think in that day, Mutapo, when you said maybe we need student parliament, and I agree, but we also are going to have a serious colloquium with everybody in the sector to deal with a whole lot of things. There are people who don't understand the autonomy, institutional autonomy. They think they can't account to parliament. We're going to inform them what is institutional autonomy. Institutional autonomy, by the way, does not say there must not be public accountability. And they're going to account because we derive our mandate from the Constitution itself, Section 55 of the Constitution. It gives us the powers that we have to do with that. So that is how I'm going to answer the issue of the production that we're producing or getting from basic and the available spaces. There's a lot that we need to do there, and the department must play a serious role. We can't have a department that is soft, that fails to hold the universities accountable and tells them that because of autonomy, you can't tell me whether I'm illegally employing a foreign person. That's illegal. That's according to the law of this country, it's illegal. So if you don't know what you must do, maybe it's high time you give somebody a chance. Just gracefully resign, give somebody who wants to do their job there. So those people at the department, that is what we're going to tell them. I can't see are there any solutions to the accommodation providers after the decline of appeals? So there are students who stay in accommodation because they are under appeal. Their status is under appeal. And as fast takes 6 months, and in June they say your appeal has failed. Now, this student has incurred debt. That's what you mean. The student has incurred debt to this accommodation, but also to the institution. It's a tricky thing. Let me tell you why. By law, even there's contracts. No student or no accommodation provider is supposed to house a student who's not funded by NSFAS. That is the first thing. And if they do house them, it's at their risk. That is the first part. The second part is that what happens if these accommodation providers don't house the students? Where do they stay? It means we're creating a serious crisis. So it's a double-edged sword. It's a tricky situation which will be the first to accept that it's something that we must speak about and resolve. Even though legally the accommodation provider is taking a risk, but if they did not do so, to let's say others who their appeals are now successful. So it means even those ones, they would have went home. So the number of dropouts would have been very high, because if accommodation says, I can't take you, and there's at the beginning of the 80,000 at NSFAS, it means those 80,000 must go home. So the dropout rate is it's huge. So I think we must have a discussion. Maybe let's hear how you want us to deal with this part. Let's have that discussion, because for us it's a double-edged sword. I think would be the first to admit to that. Yeah, on the cap, there's a number of issues. Number of issues we must accept. The first one is that we have the criminal network on a student accommodation. And I'll tell you why. On this one, I'm not mincing my words on this one. The accommodation accreditation was exclusively with universities until around 2023. What happened at the time? These criminal networks, one, they ran down the university-owned accommodation. They will not take care of it. They'll not even paint. They will not paint, so that you as students don't want to stay there, or don't want your students to stay there. They then started this process of leasing and accrediting private accommodation. But they will go to this private accommodation people and demand money. But when you've got 2,000 beds, for us to accredit you want 800,000. And I'm saying I'm not mincing my words. I've challenged them in 2023. I've challenged them. If they think we're lying, they must come. In fact, we said in 2023, maybe a little bit reckless, but we said this thing happens in all universities and we can prove it. Maybe we're a bit reckless, but today we're not reckless. We're saying it happens in most of them. Where these criminal networks that are workers of university during the day and business people at night, they take bribes. They run down university owned, they give accommodation, private accommodation, these things at a cost. Many of them, by the way, they would have written to us, we're not thumbsucking. When we tell them, these people, we go to church, some of us, we're still young, we go to social events, DSTV Delicious. We go to soccer games. We know the owners of these accommodation providers because they come from the places we come from. We don't live in heaven. Some of us, we live on the ground with these people. Some of them, they went to varsity with us, they went to school with our parents, so we know them. When we say to you, you have went to Bas John, who owns this accommodation, we are not thumbsucking. It's because Bas John came to us and told us, and even told us the name of the person you have sent to them, right? So there's criminal networks there we must agree. That is the first part. The second, how do they expect these people to give them this 800,000? It means they increase the price per bed. If you can do an investigation, go to 2018 and now and look at how accommodation has been very expensive. You know, the rise between that time and now is, you can't explain it. It's unnecessary, right? That is the part there on this thing. So NSFAS in 2023 says there's an accommodation. Let me make an example about UCT and CPUT because they are just here. There by observatory, there's accommodation on one side that belongs to CPUT. Opposite, it belongs to UCT. If you compare these two, so you can't say this one is because water in Cape Town is expensive. They are both not only in the same city, they are in the same street. But this one, this side, is 3,000 more per bed than the other one. How does that make sense? Why must we pay 90,000 on this side and pay 50,000 on the other side? What is that? Doesn't make sense. So when NSFAS presented this thing, luckily in 2023, I was a member of this committee as well. And we said, no, it does not make sense. So show us this 90,000. So maybe let's say they are charging us what's inside the accommodation, not necessarily in the street. We enter this inside, we want to see 90,000. There's no 90,000 because we were expecting to enter there to find, maybe you've got labs there, maybe we've got basketball courts, we've got swimming pool. There's none of those things. So what is this 90,000 that you want these poor students to pay there? Or this government that does not have money to pay there? So it doesn't make sense. So we supported the NSFAS camp. We said to them, NSFAS, NSFAS is bringing this thing because it wants to equalize. It does not make sense. Maybe where NSFAS got it wrong was to have a cap across for metro and non-metro places. That's fine. We can take that part. But to say universities there, we say to them, Yusuf, go inform your universities to make a case. Appeal to NSFAS and say, this, maybe let me make another example that I made that time about Brandfontein, Govets. Accommodation, we're told is this one, 7,000. Okay? It's a it's a size of in a size of a commercial flat, bedroom, 1 bedroom of a commercial flat. They are putting 3 beds. Marabara charge up per bed 8,000. So for a size of a commercial room, they want to make 24,000. 24,000. And I said to them there, Luna, there by Metro Center in Bramfontein, there's flats this side. 300, 400 meters away, the student accommodation. So rent per square meter in student accommodation is almost 4 times rent per square meter in commercial building. So it does not make sense for students to stay in student accommodation in Bramfontein because more we can get 2 bedroom, really 2 Ropatala 9,000. So it's 4,000, 4,000, but we've got a bigger bed, we've got a bigger room, we've got a kitchen, fully furnished kitchen, we've got a parking. If our parents wants to visit us, we've got a sitting room. So the 2 of us can pay 4,500 in a commercial space. For where people who are supposed to work, who are working, who are supposed to pay more, are paying less. Poor people who have got nothing are paying more for student accommodation. So we said you are turning education in South Africa into a commodity. You are excluding, you want to exclude poor people in South Africa technically because they are poor from accessing education. And that's where we supported the cap. But we said, universities, go and appeal this thing on a case by case. Maybe at the time it was 45,000, and we said maybe 45,000 might be too little for Cape Town. But 90,000 is definitely a lot. So we want you to go make a case and say, find each other with NSFAS and meet each other halfway. These universities, because sometimes they believe they are in charge. They decided to write almost a common, I still have their letters. Almost all their letters were the same, literally telling NSFAS to go jump. They are going to stick to their issues. And we told them that decision is going to affect students. We're not like Ankane, you know, being stubborn does not help sometimes. Sometimes plead your case. Just like now we said to University of Free State, go plead with NSFAS about this cap of unaccredited. Like we said, all universities must. NSFAS agreed. They said, we agree. We have not done things right here. So, of course, the consequences are dire. We've got many students who've not even graduated because of the cap, the piece that goes every month into this thing. And it's something that we were having a conversation. We want to have a conversation with Yusuf about that. Even when a person was a private student, let alone NSFAS, if they complete, you may withhold the certificate, but allow them to graduate. Why would you deny a child an opportunity to graduate? Sometimes it's they are the first in their own families to complete a qualification. Allow them to graduate. You can withhold the certificate, but give them something to prove that they've concluded this thing so that they stand a chance to participate in the mainstream economy. So it's something we'll have, because this thing already, because some institutions allow students to graduate, but some don't. Graduation, let's allow, it's something we'll have with them. So the issue of the cap, we must have a conversation with the ministry, the department, NSFAS and USAF, including SAFETA, SAUS, and everybody else. I think I've answered this one of the whistleblower of CPUT. The department is seized with that matter. They should come that thing. You see, you are saying there are accommodation providers who want to evict students now during breaks, and what they are charging is not equal to this bed and a chair that they're giving. This is how are they accredited and how much Why would anybody agree we must pay 5,500 for literally, liberty as a 3/4, I guess single, literally. You know, it's bad. So it shows you what we are talking about, that there are people who are beneficiaries of these things. But we will not leave them 2 weeks back, or 3 weeks, no, last week, Wednesday was the deadline, or last week, Friday. So we wrote to all the SETA CEOs to explain to us these bursary schemes that they are running. Because it doesn't make sense. You are saying they sometimes take 2 years to pay. We were saying, why would they take 6 months to even give a student an allowance? Because if I'm funder, NSFAS can't fund me, right? And you fund this kid, the student, and you don't give them anything. So where do you expect them to get food for the entire 6 months? So that's the angle we wrote to them. I saw their emails are coming. I think the deadline is this Friday. I think I've seen Chieta wrote, I think they submitted on Sunday, on Saturday. There's some other sitters. But the point there, what we want to look at the models they're using, because clearly there's a problem. We want to look at the models they're using. We want to help them because we're a partner. We want to help them create a centralized model, because this thing of taking money and giving it to university, and you don't even tell university, this is for Teboholidzi. University, they'll take that money and accrue interest on it. They'll make money out of your money and still punish your students and still charge interest to the students. So the plan there is to create a model that will best suit our students. Yeah, we'll have a discussion on that thing. Somebody said we must create a system where SASSA beneficiary. SASSA beneficiaries don't have to prove that. I don't know, Siba, maybe it was you. Yeah, they don't have to prove that you're poor. I think it was you, Siba. Actually, that's the system. NSFAS uses a SASSA system. They've got an agreement with SASSA. So you apply, if you are a SASSA beneficiary, immediately, that is why on the 15th of December, the portal closes. On the 16th of December, NSFAS can release a list of provisionally funded, and it will say these are SASSA beneficiaries. So on the system, we can pick it up. You know, the system of NSFAS, I don't trust them much, but I've went there and looked at it myself, and I could prove, I could see that, okay, here it shows SASSA beneficiary because from primary school, high school, you are getting a SASSA grant. So that is there. Their system just need to improve on any other beneficiary. Or even when the system changes. Our worry was at the beginning of the year, SASSA or the department had indicated that there were, I don't know, was it 19,000 or something? There was some number that benefited from SASSA without necessarily qualifying. So that was our worry that, hey, it might be SIBA would have came from, these parents of SIBA are the ones who defrauded SASSA, and now we've paid for him this side. That would have been our worry, but we do have that system. We have, they do have a system with, or an agreement with these ones of companies. They do have an agreement with SARS where they can actually, that's why sometimes they say, no, go give us ERP 5 or 40 something, those forms, there's a request, because on the SARS, you'll say, we're not working, but on SARS, they pick up that your father has got this money that they are receiving on a monthly basis. So we do have those things. Saus says, we've interacted with Saus and we've informed them that their mandate has expired. They've informed us that they're going to conference this month. We've informed them that we will not be able to interact with them if they've not went to conference. SRC SAU's accounts to student leaders. So SRCs must make SAU's account because you guys affiliate to these unions. So you must hold them accountable. We are holding the department accountable on this one. We've had a discussion with the Director General about this thing. We will have a conversation. I can see a student, I think that you brought too many students, so you must next time deal with
and also, Honorable Chair, we don't want them to leave on empty stomach.
Yeah.
The kitchen is saying that they will be closing in the next 20 minutes. So
I had too many, I'm lost with two.
yeah.
We agree with the revisiting of the threshold of 350,000. I think it's been there for a number of years. The standard of living has really, the cost of living has went up. It's something that we must look at. Looking at with the current budget in the medium term will mean that we'll have to cut a number of students that we're funding. Unfortunately, unless SARS improves in getting more money, we might have a problem of not funding a number of our people. The loan scheme, on that meeting, we had a problem with NSFAS because they were telling us stories that they can't, the loan scheme, they don't have the resources, they don't have the capacity for a loan scheme. I don't understand what they were talking about because NSFAS was a loan scheme. When some of us went to varsity, we're alone. And all of a sudden, they don't have that expertise that did not make sense to us. Number one. Number two, why did they agree to take the money from NSF and these SETAs and get this 3.8 billion that they could not do anything with? And whether they accrued interest on it or not, how much was it? It was just, it was as if they were not ready to answer us there. But the acting CEO has assured us that they are working on it. I think we must also note that NSFAS was put under administration last year in April because there were a lot of problems that were reported. So the new board is new. I'm not sure if they've already passed 3 months now. They are new. They know what we are expecting from them. The acting CEO is acting. It shows you that we don't have a CIO there. We only have a COO, CFO. I don't know. So the management there is also limping. So we're hoping that they will get their house in order first. Address some of these issues. So it will be very difficult for us to be too harsh on them when they are new. It's all, everybody there is new. But what we told them, we said, they must not arrive there and act like there was no work done before. So they must look at the reports that would have been there, make sure that they fix on those things. Yeah, this one we've addressed. We'll have a discussion on the side. Inclusivity on SETA boards. The minister has issued another gazette. In the gazette, she's very clear that she would ask stakeholders to nominate people from different ethnic groups, people with disabilities, people from different backgrounds generally. So unfortunately, the Act here, Section 11, subsection 1 of the Skills Development Act, gives all the powers to the minister. Unfortunately, we can only hold her accountable the after effect of what would have happened. So we're hoping that she has actually committed that she wants to diversify the boards with people with proper governance, understanding, and all of that. Yeah, we can't have, maybe the last one, we can't have mitigating factors to make sure that accommodation providers in the meantime are paid. So what NSFAS is saying is that because of the system collapse at NSFAS, some of the accommodation providers are taking chances. What does that mean? It means in your accommodation, Mahandana, you have 50 people, 50 students that are staying there. And then 30 of them are NSFAS students. But when you, because of this madness at NSFAS, you take a chance. You bill NSFAS for 50 students because you have 50 students staying there, but 30 of them are only NSFAS. So you must bill for it. So NSFAS says, if we pay here, AG is going to have a problem with us when we reconcile here because we'll end up having paid for 2 million students in the system when we're supposed to pay for 1.2. So they are taking precautions. So we understand where they come from. Our beef with NSFAS is that you can't take so long because you taking long creates a problem that I spoke about. I mean, as young guys who have nobody from home at home giving you anything, you are a student, you are lucky to get accommodation. Your landlord is giving you problems. You are not getting allowances. You end up being desperate. Or no, let me go to Long Street. People there, they drink a lot at night. Let me try. Maybe I'll get 2 that are drunk, and then I'll pickpocket 2 phones, sell them, have a meal for a month. And this poor young boy gets unlucky. He gets, if he's lucky, arrested, or he gets, they panel beat him there. They open a case, he goes to jail. That is this boy who grew up in a church, somebody who's never done this before. So NSFAS not doing the right thing creates this problem. It's a socially, tomorrow this boy's got a criminal record. They fire him or they expel him at university. You have created a problem for us. Or a young girl who also does not have anybody at home. NSFAS does the same like they've done. What does they, you know, if they are girls, you've got this, these ones who've just graduated. Osiba. They've got some work, they work there at residences, they're getting a salary or a stipend. They can now afford to buy bread for themselves and the next person. So when this young girl is not given these allowances and they've been refusing the advances of Bosiba, you are forcing them to accept, to be, you know, under duress in a relationship with somebody they don't want. So NSFAS not paying, and Bosiba is better because they're maybe still young, same age group at varsity. But there's more people who are working elsewhere. With big mkaba. They go to these young girls because they're driving. They go there with cars. These girls are desperate. They agree because they promised to go to buy them groceries. But what they're probably sick. They don't want to use protection on these young girls because these young girls have got no choice. They agree. They either fall pregnant or they get sick because of both. So when we say to NSFAS, we understand that there's these processes we want to deal with, but deal with them fast because we don't want you to take this young girl and this young boy into these desperate situations. Because if it gets there, you are creating another social ill. If they get pregnant, both they run away, and then create single parents again. And SASSA must now pay again. It's another burden on the state. SASSA must now pay when they get to primary. Basic education must give them transport, must give them meals and all of that. We are creating more problems. So that is why NSFAS is very important to all of us. Thank you very much. If there's anything, Club Worker WhatsApp. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Itzia. I think it is quite admirable also the discipline of the students and stakeholders to stay and listen for the responses of all these questions. But we are about to finish. The kitchen is also about to close. I wanted to start with correctly with Chairperson Itzia because there were so many questions that were directed at him, but the other chairpersons I think they've got much easier task of just going through the few questions that came to them for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. My responses would be as follows. There was a question about the non-profit organizations not being paid. And I believe that refers to specifically with this amount of money being cited to the Department of Social Development in Gauteng. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development here in Parliament literally went for a oversight to the department, and undertakings were made to make sure that the outstanding payments to NGOs would be made in due course. There was a specific Monday on which there was going to be a service level agreement signing ceremony in Gauteng, and we believe that took place, but there were still organizations that were not paid. Some of whom we were informed were not complying to the service level agreements that they had signed or they were supposed to have signed with the department. So this is an ongoing thing, and we are flooded by organizations whose organizations have not been paid, and actually getting to an extent where the beneficiaries are some of them out on the street as a result, because they've had to close down. So this is the department, the Portfolio Committee is seized with this issue, and we are working closely with the Department of Social Development in nationally, and obviously with the MEC involved. But we also are very much aware that this is not just strictly in Gauteng, it is throughout the country. Due to issues of budget cuts, non-compliance, and also just not doing things the right way, because some of these organizations have been doing this work forever, and so they know what processes they are to follow to get this money, but it has not been paid. So all I can say is that we have not closed our eyes to this thing. We are monitoring it very closely. As I say, we took a oversight visit to the province not so long ago. With regards to the 18 million rand, 18 million people that are on application, and only 8 or 9 million people being paid, I just wish to clarify that this 18 million are people that have applied, but obviously they go through screening, and then the numbers go down as they go towards payment. So and also the SRD grant does not have a budget because it gets extended every year. So as we know, this financial year, I think it's 43 billion rand that has been approved for it or has been appropriated to it. And that is based on the historical application patterns, that if so many people applied and were approved last year, this is what we should set aside for that. So that is the issue. There's a different, we are seeing a difference, or we are told there's a difference between people that have applied and those that have been approved for payment. So that is why you are seeing that almost 100% difference between people that apply and people that actually get paid, and that's why it reflects as it does in the actual budget for SRD. With regards to the GBVF Council, this council belongs to the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Children and Persons with Disabilities. I tried to get hold of my counterpart in that Portfolio Committee just to find out how far the process is. And you are right, it was announced, and you are right also that it should have been set up by now, but obviously processes are in place, or processes are afoot to make sure that much needed and most important council is set up. So the Portfolio Committee on Women is working flat out on that. I will not answer the questions about the subsidizing of older persons, that question for transport. As recent as last week, we were interrogating this very issue with the department in terms of older persons having to travel long distances to do these verifications or queries and also such things. And we even went as far as raising the issue of pay points that used to be there and used to make it very easy for older persons, especially in rural and remote areas, for this to happen. And the minister undertook to review this issue because that was discontinued. And she said there were no alternatives. It was discontinued when it was due to some valid reasons, because there were heist issues there where people were shot at pay points. So it is a very effective way of dealing with rural and remote areas, but it has its challenges as well. So the minister has taken it to herself and the department to go back and review that and get back to the committee, and the Honourable President there will obviously get the response to that. I would like to also, Program Director, go to the rural basic IDs. Oh, the issue of making sure that people get, because if you get a grant, you must have an ID number, and the ID number comes from the Department of Home Affairs. So the interdepartmental sort of program is already started, I'm told, with mobile units going to remote areas where a person can get one-stop service, where you go and apply for your ID number, ID document or ID card, and then you get served with or you have you apply for your grant as you have, because you are right, there are many South Africans that don't have ID documents, and it's generational. You get a mother. When we do our oversight visits, you get a gogo and a father and a child, all not having IDs in that family. So it is a real problem. It is affecting real people, South Africans, and it's being, I believe the departments are working together to make sure that interdepartmental sort of service is provided accordingly. We've talked about the rural areas, and I believe the subsidy issue is for the Honourable Fanny, because it was talking about the subsidies of the ECD programs. I'll hand over to you, through you, Chair. Thanks.
No, thanks, Chair. No, thanks, Chair, once again. I will also attempt to respond with no order of reference, but the first one that I want to attend to is the one of school principals who are abusing the system. I just want to appeal to you, Mkhaya, that we must not allow destruction of any process. I can see you are a leadership. Sorry. Okay.
I'm so sorry. There was a question about CDA. I actually opened the CDA form as you were talking. So it is available, it is accessible. I even took a screenshot in case you need it, so that I can just send it to you. I'm confused. How can such an old person be able to open what a young? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. As I was saying, Kaya, there is a national regulation around the question of ratio per student per teacher, which is 30. But it depends according to the provinces, as I was saying, but 50 for other issues that you've raised, I think that one must be stopped, and that teacher, that principal must be brought to book so that we do not encounter that, because any form of misbehavior or misconduct of any progressive process that the government is embarking on is derailing and also it's affecting the good cause that we're embarking on. So that one is clearly cannot be accepted. The school must be forwarded to us, because what we usually do each and every year, you will see us as legislators at the beginning of the year going to the schools to ensure that the schools are ready for the learners and the students, for them to proceed with their academic years. So it's one of those issues that we are addressing. Our oversight role is directly there. So that one is not even a question of maybe. It must be addressed. If that thing still happens, you can give us the information. We will write to the Department of Education of the Eastern Cape so that this can be followed, and then necessary response can be given to you. It can't be tolerated, that, because he's benefiting, as you are raising, that there is money that is getting due to the number of students or of learners in their schools. As per the question of chapter 5 and 6, without even going to a detail of a Children's Act, it's a necessary progress. Remember, they were not part of the education system. Our small kids were not part of the education system. And even the grants that were provided were not necessarily utilized for that. You know, they were expected to sleep instead of being, on the entry level of education. So the particular act now that we're talking about is responding directly to that, to an extent that the question of them of these institutions not being registered, of them being faceless, because they were faceless. You will find Makifeni, educate what. But when you want to see the facility, even though I'm getting money, you won't find this facility. The money is on the back pocket. So for us to be able to enforce now, the law, they must be regulated, they must be scrutinized under the umbrella of the Act in order to overcome that particular challenge. So these particular provisions that you've quoted are exactly there, in ensuring that you protect from abuse. If there is any allegation of abuse, necessary legal processes are being followed. Security agencies, comes on board, arrests, and then so on. So it is there. It highlights, that. On the question of a backlog, Honorable Lutsia is not here. Remember, we've been consistent as a select committee on TPE that we are not interested in this bickering, that we saw. Ours is because we know we have a serious challenge of backlog of skills. If you are going to have SETAs that are being utilized, as a playground, for certain individuals, at the end of the day, we'll have to account now as well clear that if the SETAs are not utilized for its purposes, they are being derailed to take a particular direction that is not government oriented. We'll find ourselves in these challenges. And there is a serious corruption that we must also, unravel. SETAs have been, in fact, unknown, as cash cows, instead of addressing the question of skill shortages. They are not placing, these young people on workplaces, but you have boards, and then these boards members, your chairpersons and so on, your CEOs, are claiming huge sums of money. They are sleeping in these hotels. Even when they were accounting, in fact, AG highlighted some serious problems that we've encountered. So our responsibility now as a committee is to consistently, especially on this one, remember there is a process that has been collapsed, is to ensure that we are following a service administration. We're following it very closely. I think the summary that we received here in the conclusion of the process, it's really exactly what we wanted the process to be, because the vacuum that is being created for doing nothing, it's also adding a load to the current challenge that we're currently confronted with, of the question of the shortages. It's not addressing it, in fact, it's making it worse. Let alone the question now of the money that is supposed also to be taken to your TVET colleges, your institutions of higher learning. It's not reaching, where it's supposed to be reaching. Due to this, the question of serious mismanagement, not addressing, and the skills mismatch of skills. You see, so it needs the response need, different approaches in order to address it, because if we are not going to be able to achieve our vision 2030. Remember the government vision 2030 have set some certain targets. The question now that we are supposed to be looking at until now is to look how far are we, because I think we're left with 5 years. If we're not, what urgent interventions can be made, not for the purposes of ticking the box, but the challenge that we're confronted with now. How far are we, and how are we going to ensure that we are addressing that particular question? On the question of foreigners that are populating our classrooms, it is so unfortunate that we have a constitution in this country. That constitution is protecting every citizen it goes to say that everyone is equal before the law and equal treatment of the law. So if you can prove that Bella Act now, instead of addressing what you are confronted with as a nation, is coming up because that issue was used by those who were opposed to Bella Act when it was a bill. And it was not even correct, but it was mischievously utilized so that Bella Act, in fact, is being undermined as a government program, as a transformation of the schooling system. Because preceding that, I remember there were a lot of incidences of racism that we were attending. Children were not allowed to go to certain schools, even though the schools were very closer, to where they are staying. But because of their color, I think Pretoria High is one of those institutions, of those institutions. If I can make a practical example, I remember I was insulted also when we attended to that particular question. So similar to this one of a foreign national, it's correct that people who must benefit, are those who are here legally citizens. But at the same time, it must not be utilized against the progressive legislation that are being put in place. If there are cases that can be proved, then those must be brought forward. And I'm happy that we are in the meeting of leaders. The leaders must be able also to assist, because part of registration and part of putting new systems in place is to ensure that budget allocations are thorough in terms of numbers. You do not over budget, or you budget less, and then you do not cover, those that are supposed to be covered with that particular budget. So that's an unfortunate part on the question of those who are foreign nationals and who are benefiting. They are protected by the law, and yes. On the question of I've addressed this one of skills backlog. I think the question of the 24 rand subsidy per child per day, I think it's something that must be implemented. I'm happy that we are here, this collective. 2025-2026 financial year, that must be a reality. We as a select committee, we are going to follow it up to ensure that it is being prioritized and it becomes a reality. It moves out of the paper that has been drafted onto. On the question of compulsory ECD and the creation process, also as part of 2030 vision, there is a target of plus minus 10,000, ECDC programs at a silver or gold level to enable them to apply for the subsidies. In addition, the outcomes will be ensured that they are being funded, launched to increase, the access, because we are not yet, at a point of comfort to say no. At least there is enough practitioners. We understand that this is an introductory phase, so it is going to need a serious commitment and implementation of budget, you know. So we will follow it as the committee in ensuring that come the financial end of this financial year, at least we can see that there is a minimum or maximum a commitment in ensuring that these practitioners are ready, you know. Yeah, I think I've managed to cover Chairperson.
Yes.
And if there is any other question that I am leaving behind, because some of them were captured at the higher education, and yes, so I didn't want it to lament in terms of what have been raised. Thank you very much.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for all those comprehensive responses from the three chairpersons. Let me take this opportunity because the discussions are very nice. I'm tempted to take another round, but and no, I don't want to. I do appreciate that the issues are many relating to especially the student issues in academic institutions. Parliament is hearing your cries, and we acknowledge that this session alone cannot resolve these issues because there are many, they are complex. Where we have been able to resolve and provide information as the chairpersons have done, we were able to, but I think we agree that there will be a need for further engagement, and I see chairpersons agreeing that there must be further engagement on these issues, and the entities must be able to account, and they must be able to account, but what the students are saying, especially Chairperson, it says that they want parliamentary oversight that is driven by the issues that the students are raising, so that it's and they need to also appear so that they can give their own lived experience, share their own lived experience at those institutions. So I believe that that will be arranged. But I wish to thank you, our esteemed colleagues, the members of various entities, civil society, non-governmental organizations, student formations and leadership, labor federations, faith-based organizations, private sector entities. And what this session has showed is that there is no vacuum, there is no death of leadership. So leadership does not come only from the front, but you, by raising these issues and proposing various solutions and the inputs that you've made, you've provided leadership, and you've given something for these committees to chew on, and for further engagement. So thank you very much for all those issues, for the engagement. Thank you, Honorable Chairpersons, Chairperson Litsie, Chairperson Masango, Chairperson Feni. Thank you very much because what sometimes our colleagues, our guests might not know is that Mondays are constituency days. So they are supposed to be in the communities, engaging with various communities on a wide range of issues relating to service delivery, but they also know and understand that public accountability is also their constitutional duty. So that is why they had to be removed from the ground and to come here and to engage with you. So we thank you very much. Lunch or almost dinner is served next door. So we would like you the chairpersons are still going to be here for a few minutes, so you can engage with them as you chew on something. So thank you very much. Please make sure that you don't leave without having something to eat. It has been a long day. There's no one who can claim that they are hungry unless you are on a very strict diet. So please do so. But thank you very much. The media briefing is adjourned.